amani na tunu ambazo Bwana tumeachiwa katika nchi hii, rasilimali ambazo Mungu umeruhusu ziwepo katika nchi hii. Mungu, tukawe na uzalendo wa nchi hii, lakini pia kwa mataifa majirani. Baba, tunakusihi tukikuomba neema yako. Umetukutanisha kwa wingi huu na ni utajiri mkuu ulio katikati yetu. Tunaomba Mungu utujalie neema yako ya kipekee, ili ndani ya siku hizi, tunasema ni semina Bwana kwa ajili ya ile mifuko ya kijamii, lakini zaidi mifuko yetu ya kiroho. Bwana, tunakusihi sana Mungu, wewe rehema zako na neema zako zikawe na kila mmoja. Asante kwa leta salama wajumbe kutoka nchi mbalimbali, lakini hata na wenyeji pia. Basi uwepo wetu mahali hapa ukatawaliwe na wewe Bwana. Tunayaacha haya yote
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Shukurani zote njema nastahiki Mwenyezi Mungu, Mola wa ulimwengu wote. Rehema na amani zimfikirie mtume wetu Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam pamoja na mitume wote na wafuasi wao waliowema. Ya Rabbi, tunakushukuru kwa neema unazotupa. Wewe ndio mlezi wetu unayetulea katika ulimwengu huu. Wewe ndio unayeturuzuku, unatupa afya, unatulinda na kila baa katika taifa letu hili la bara la Afrika. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kila kilichopo mbinguni na ardhini kinadhihirisha kwamba wewe umesifika na kila sifa za ukamilifu na umeepukana na kila sifa za mapungufu. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kikao hiki cha hifadhi ya jamii, mifuko ya jamii, kifanye ni kikao chenye manufaa kwa bara letu la Afrika, kiwe na manufaa kwa watu wote wanaoishi katika bara hili. Ya Rabbi, tunakuomba kwa kuwa mwaka huu katika nchi yetu ya Tanzania tunafanya uchaguzi mwezi wa 10, tunakuomba amani hii ambayo kwamba umetupa, ya Rabbi, tunaomba amani hii uidumishe. Tufanye uchaguzi wetu kwa njia ya amani na usalama. Tuchague viongozi wetu ambao kwamba watatuletea maendeleo katika nchi yetu. Pia ya Rabbi, tunakuomba mpe hikma na busara rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, mama yetu Samia Suluhu Hassan. Mpe hikma na busara katika kutuongoza katika nchi yetu hii. Halikadhalika mpe afya njema, busara na hikma makamu wetu wa rais Mheshimiwa Mpango, naye vile vile akiwa ni msaidizi wa rais katika nchi hii. Watupeleke vizuri katika nchi hii, watusaidie sisi tuliokuwa nyonge, ili hali iwe kwetu sisi pia ni faraja. Tunamwombea vile vile rais wa Serikali ya Mapinduzi Zanzibar, ndugu yetu Dr. Hussein Mwinyi. Mwenyezi Mungu ampe afya njema, ampe hikma na busara katika kukiongeza kisiwa hicho cha Zanzibar. Hali kadhalika tunamwombea waziri wetu mkuu, ndugu yetu Kassim Majaliwa. Mwenyezi Mungu ampe afya njema, ampe hikma na busara katika utendaji wake wa kazi za kila siku. Hali kadhalika naibu waziri mkuu Mheshimiwa Biteko, hali kadhalika na mawaziri wote wa serikali ya Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, wakuu wa mikoa, wakuu wa wilaya na viongozi wote waandamizi katika serikali yetu ya Jamhuri hii ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Ya Rabbi, swala na salamu mfikizie wetu hashima na sahaba za kiramu na aliza na kula mwema. Amina Rabbi amina, amina Rabbi amina, amina Rabbi amina, tukubali ya karima. Amina walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Kwa heshima kubwa naomba nimkaribishe Askofu Godwin Kimani kutoka Jumuiya ya Maridhiano Tanzania atuongoze kwa sala tafadhali.
Baba uliye mwema, Mungu mtakatifu, katika jina la Yesu tunakushukuru kwa sababu ya kikao hiki ambacho kinaanza mahali hapa. Baba, tunaikabidhi mikononi mwako. Tunapokwenda anza pamoja na sisi na kumaliza pamoja na sisi. Lakini Mungu uliye hai, hatutaacha kuomba kwa ajili ya taifa letu la Tanzania. Tunaiombea nchi yetu amani na utulivu kapate kuendelea kuwepo. Lakini pia tunaombea viongozi wetu waandamizi wa taifa letu, tukianza na Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, pamoja na wote walioko chini yake, wasaidizi wake wote. Tunawaombea afya iliyo njema. Naomba wajalie afya njema, wajalie hekima na busara na maarifa ya kutuongoza katika taifa letu la Tanzania. Baba yangu wa mbingu na nchi, tunayaombea yote na kuyakabidhi yote mikononi mwako kwa utukufu wa jina la Yesu Kristo. Baba, nimeomba. Amen.
Thank you very much, our religious leaders. Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, the Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and our guest of honor this morning. Distinguished delegates, can we all please put our hands together for the guest of honor this morning? Thank you so much for making your time to be with us. Guest of honor, allow me to recognize in a very special way the presence of Honorable Ridhiwani Kikwete, the host minister, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth Employment, and Persons with Disability. Thank you so much for your presence this morning. Guest, Your Excellency, allow me to also recognize in a very special way the presence of Mr. Flipping through my notes, apologies. The Arusha Regional Commissioner. Let's put our hands together for the Arusha Regional Commissioner. But I would also like to recognize the presence of the ASA Chairman. If you can please stand up so we can also recognize your presence. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the presence of the ASA Chairman for Tanzania's chapter. If you can please stand up so we can recognize your presence. I would also like to recognize the presence of the Secretary General of ASA, Mr. Bandawe. If you can also please rise so we can recognize your presence. I would also like to recognize the presence representing the Permanent Secretary in our ministry. This is none other but Mr. Festo Futse, who is the Director of Social Protection. Let's recognize his presence. Guest of honor, this being the 14th Africa Social Protection Policymakers Conference, we are honored to have many ministers present. Allow me to recognize them by calling the countries that they have represented. And when I call the countries, may I request all those coming from these countries to please rise so that the guest of honor can recognize your presence. To start with Zambia, and let's clap for Zambia. Zambia. Thank you very much. Can I request Kenya to please rise? Kenya. Let's clap our hands for Kenya. Thank you, Kenya. Let's put our hands together for Uganda. Thank you so much, Uganda. Your Excellency, we have guests all the way from South Sudan. May I request South Sudan to please stand up? Let's put our hands together for South Sudan. Thank you very much. I'm giving a general introduction right after this. The stand up. Rwanda. Thank you very much. Guest of honor, we also have delegates from Burundi. Burundi, if you can please rise. Thank you very much. We also have delegates from Comoro. Comoro. Thank you so much for being here. We have delegates, Your Excellency, from Sierra Leone. May I request delegates from Sierra Leone? Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we also are blessed to have delegates from Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you so much for being with us. Your Excellency, all the way from Zimbabwe, may I request the delegates from Zimbabwe to please rise. Thank you very much. Close to Zimbabwe, South Africa. Thank you very much. Namibia. Thank you very much. We also have delegates from Malawi. Hoping that I've called all the countries, Your Excellency, allow me now to request the delegates, the host country, Tanzania, including Zanzibar, to all please stand up and let's put our hands together for the host country, Tanzania. Kindly be seated. Your Excellency, this conference is guided by the theme, Social Security Funds, a catalyst for infrastructure development and socio-economic growth in Africa. We are convening today and tomorrow to ponder on this discussion, and we have amongst us the ministers that I've mentioned that are responsible for labor infrastructure. We also have the CEOs, the chairman responsible for social security institutions in Africa. Your Excellency, allow me now to bring to the podium for introductory remarks the ASA Secretary General, Mr. Meshak Bandawe. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, the Vice President of United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Ridhiwan Jakaya Kikwete, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Employment, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Kenan Kehongos, Arusha Regional Commissioner, Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is real incredible to see ministers, policymakers, board members, CEOs, innovators, developers, thinkers, and social security stakeholders all gathered in one roof. I must say the energy in this room is exciting. Distinguished guests, we are gathered here today not just to listen, but to lead, to challenge, to share experience, and to shape what Africa infrastructure should look like in today's world. The pace of infrastructure development is thrilling, and so is the impact we as social security stakeholders can make together. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's all drive, lift each other, and make the conference an experience to remember, a sparkful bolt of a conversation, renewed purpose, and collective action. Distinguished guests, this conference, which articulates the theme of social security funds, a catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth in Africa, is attended by the countries from the 15 countries from Tanzania as the host country, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, Burundi, Malawi, Comoro, South Sudan, Namibia, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, South Africa, DRC Congo, Nigeria, and Italy. We also have the delegates representing our international partners. Dear our guests, African Social Security Association, ASA, formerly known as ECASA, was established in 2007 in Kigali, Rwanda, and thereafter registered in Kenya before headquartered to Arusha here in Tanzania. We call it Geneva of Africa. However, came the year 2023, ASA Governing Council resolved to change the scope and mandate of the association in order to extend its membership coverage from East and Central Africa to entire continent of Africa. So far, its member states consist of 15 countries of Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Comoro, Namibia, South Sudan, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Mali, and Gambia. One of the main objectives of this association is to work close, share experience, and best practice towards the development of social security sector in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight the papers to be presented during this conference. And day one, that means today, The delegates will receive technical paper presentation focused on infrastructure initiatives based on policy perspective. And on day 2, tomorrow, speakers will make presentations which address infrastructure initiatives based on country's experience. The conference will be concluded by the Summit of Ministers, where the resolutions will be made to reach and to facilitate the implementation of the infrastructure developments in Africa by social security funds. Distinguished guests, allow me to thank all the people who have made this conference possible and success. My appreciation first goes to the hosting schemes under the umbrella of Tanzania Social Security Association, TSSA, that's composed by the funds of NSSF, PSSF, NHIF, WCF, ZSSF, and ZHSF from Zanzibar. However, we acknowledge support of our key sponsors, that is Azania Bank, NB Bank, TCB, National Insurance Corporation, NIC, and Tanzania Tourists Board. Asanteni sana. Secondly, I wish to sincerely thank to outgoing chair of ASA, Mr. Muyangwa, for his charismatic leadership. During the period of his leadership, that we have bring on board new eight members schemes. That is NACIT of Sierra Leone, PSPF of Malawi, PSSF Kenya, CNSSF of Mali, CRC of Comoro, CNPS of Cote d'Ivoire, CHSF of Gambia, and ZHSF of Zanzibar. Thank you very much, Mr. Muyangwa. But last but not least, I wish to thank the conference committee, organizing committee, and my team at the Secretariat for the job well done. Finally, I would like to take on this opportunity in a special case, and I'll take a very, very short, very brief to introduce some of the delegates who are in presence. With us, we have the Honorable Minister Brenda Mwika Tambatamba, Minister of Labor and Social Security from Zambia. You can just stand up and wave. Safe looks not present. Maybe it's on the way coming. Second is Honorable Edgar Moyo, Minister of Public Service, Labor and Social Welfare from Zimbabwe. Thank you very much. Mr. Said Abdal Abdul El Karim, Chief of Staff, who is representing Minister of Finance from Comoro. Mr. Zakaria Luhanga, Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Labor and Social Security, Zambia. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Muyangwa, ASA Chairman and DG of NAPSA, Zambia. Mr. Nasoro Shabana Mer, TSSA, Tanzania Social Security Association Chairman and MD of ZSSF Zanzibar. Mrs. Susan Ndomba, the CEO of Association of Tanzania Employers. Board Chairperson of Social Security Institutions, you can stand all up together. Board Chairperson and Trustees of Social Security Institutions, Tanzania and beyond. Mr. Nehemiah Mchechu, the Treasury Registrar, United Republic of Tanzania. Now we have the special group of the member of the Governing Council of Africa Social Security Association, who made the decision to bring up this conference here in Tanzania. They are the CEOs of social security funds in Tanzania and Africa all together. I'll do it very fast, starting with Mr. Marsham Shomba, DG of NSSF Tanzania. Dr. John Mduma, DG of WCF Tanzania. Dr. Irene Isaka, DG of NHIF Tanzania. Mr. Rimo Nyansao, DG of PSSF Tanzania. Mr. Yasin Juma from ZHSF Tanzania, Dr. Jose Akils, CPF Kenya, DG, Mr. Charles Mashira, the CEO of RBA Kenya, Major General Emmanuel Miburo, DG of INSS Burundi, Mr. Charles Kouas, DG of CNPS Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Ibrahim Mwana, Foundation Tanzania, Mr. Edward G. Ayia, DG of CSPF South Sudan's Pension Fund, Mr. Patrick Ayota, DG of NSSF Uganda, Patrick Sampili, DG of WCF Zambia, Francis Nyirenda, PSPF Zambia, Charles Javas, NASA Zimbabwe, Mrs. Milka Mungunda, Social Security Commission Namibia, and Mrs. Fatma Kamaldine, CRC Comoro. We have also non-members, the DG from Mr. Quest Binev, the DG of SNIT Ghana, Slivia Zeimana, MFP Burundi, Mokagira Innocent from Malawi Reserve Bank Pension Fund, and Mr. Jean Anaste from ONPR Burundi. Your Excellency, after all these short remarks, I would like also at the last to introduce the member of Standing Committee of Africa Social Security Association. Altogether, you can wave or stand up, please. Thank you very much. Dear delegates, after this short introduction, I wish you a fruitful discussion during those 2 days. Thank you very much. I can get back to AIMS master program. You can get back to your podium for other protocol procedures. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bandawe, the Secretary General of ASA, for that warm introduction. Your Excellency, allow me now, on an extension to introduction, invite to the podium Mr. Festo Fute to introduce the government officials that are present with us this morning. His introductory remarks will be followed by the Regional Commissioner's remarks, which will be presented by Honorable Salum Kali, the District Commissioner of Longido. But for now, Mr. Festo Fute, on behalf of the Permanent Secretary, Karibu Sana. As he comes, let's usher him with a round of applause.
Honorable Chief Guest, Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Isidore Mpango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Honorable Ridwan Kikwete, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth, Employment, and the Person with Disability, Honorable Ministers who are present here, Permanent Secretaries, Regional Commissioner, ASA Chairperson, TSSA Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, protocol is observed. Honorable Chief Guest, it is my pleasure to acknowledge and welcome the distinguished delegates who have been able to join us here at the 14th African Social Protection Policymakers Conference with their theme, Social Security Fund, a catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth in Africa. As we have heard, today we have representatives from diverse sectors, including government, academia, administrators, social protection practitioners, development partners, diplomatic offices who are going to deliberate and resolve how social security funds can significantly continue to contribute in infrastructure development and the social services in our countries. Honorable Chief Guest, I have been given responsibility to introduce and recognize the presence of government officials who have been able to join with us here at the conference. Honorable Chief Guest, allow me to introduce Honorable Ridwan Kikwete, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Labor, Youth, Employment, and the Person with a Disability. Permanent secretaries who are present here, please. Can you stand up so that we know you? Yes, you are welcome. Honorable Kenan Laban Kiongosi, who is now left for other activities, representative of the Regional Commissioner, district commissioners who are present here, representative of Chama cha Mapinduzi, Arusha regions, I think has left for other activities. Treasury Registrar, Mr. Nehemiah Mchechu, directors and other senior officials from ministries and other government institutions who are present here, please. Honorable Chief Guest, I welcome all of you and thank you for being able to attend this 14th African Social Protection Policy Conference. Thank you, asante sana, nashukuru sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Festo Fute, for the introductory remarks on behalf of the Permanent Secretary. Your Excellency, allow me to once again recognize the presence of Honorable David Kihenzile present with us this morning. Honorable Deputy Minister, if you can please rise so we can recognize the President. Let's put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. But we also have the Deputy Permanent Secretary, Amon Mpanju. Thank you so much once again for that. Your Excellency, allow me now to invite Honorable Salum Kali, who is the Longido District Commissioner, to give us the welcoming remarks to the Arusha region on behalf of the Arusha Regional Commissioner. His remarks will be followed by the remarks by the ASA Chairman. But for now, we have the Longido District Commissioner with us. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Karibu sana.
Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Daktari Philip Isidore Mpango, Waziri wa Kazi, Vijana, Ajira na Wenye Ulemavu, ndugu yetu Ridhiwani Kikwete, lakini kamati ya usalama ya wilaya iliyoko hapa yote, kamati ya usalama ya mkoa wa Arusha, naibu waziri ndugu yangu Kenzile, makatibu wakuu wote mlioko humu ndani, lakini mwenyekiti wa ASA wa Afrika, mwenyekiti wa ASA wa Tanzania, makatibu watendaji wakuu wote wa ASA, lakini viongozi wa mifuko ya hifadhi ya jamii, wenye viti wa bodi na bodi zote zilizoko za mifuko yote ya Tanzania na Afrika nzima, maafisa wa wizara na taasisi wa mifuko yote ya hifadhi ya jamii, lakini wageni waalikwa wote walioko kutoka nchi zote za Afrika na Tanzania kwa ujumla. Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais, nimesimama hapa kwa niaba ya mkuu wa mkoa wa Arusha, ndugu yetu Kenan Kiongozi, ambapo unafahamu ana jukumu lingine, lakini kwa niaba yake nimesimama mie, niko hapa kutoa salamu za mkoa wa Arusha. Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais, mgeni rasmi, mkoa wa Arusha ni mkoa tulivu, mkoa ambao mpaka sasa tumejipanga vizuri kwenye uchaguzi wa mwaka huu Oktoba 2025, lakini wananchi wanaendelea na shughuli zao vizuri sana, kwa maana wanaofanya biashara, wanaofuga, wanaolima, na sasa mikutano ya kimataifa kama unavyoiona inaendelea vizuri hapa kwetu mkoa wa Arusha, na wananchi wa Arusha wananufaika sana na uwepo wa mikutano hii. Maana wako wafanyabiashara kwenye mahoteli, nafahamu ndugu zetu, marafiki zetu na wageni wanafikia maeneo hayo, wanajivunia kwenda kuishi kwenye maeneo hayo, lakini wanapata chakula ambacho kimeandaliwa vizuri kwenye maeneo yetu. Lakini kubwa zaidi, Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais, mkoa wetu huu ni mkoa maalum sana. Kama ambavyo nafahamu, Mheshimiwa Rais alitangaza utalii duniani, Afrika na kwetu sote. Tumejionea maajabu hapa yalioko, watalii wanakuja kwa wingi, tunapata pato kubwa sana katika mkoa wetu na taifa kwa ujumla. Ndugu zangu hawa ambao leo wamekuja kwenye mkutano huu maalum, wapate fursa, watembelee maajabu, waione Tanzania ilivyoumbika. Ukienda Ngorongoro watajionea maajabu. Hapa Arusha kila mahali sisi tuna utalii wa kutosha. Wanyama wote wapo, wanaweza kuona mazingira mazuri huko. Hii ndio Tanzania iliyoko Arusha. Kwa hiyo msije mkaondoka tu mkaacha fursa ambazo zipo. Leo mnapozungumza hifadhi ya jamii, maana tunazungumzia hawa ambao leo watumishi wako huko kwenye sekta binafsi na sekta ambazo sio ni za serikali zipo, lakini tunategemea kuwaona nyinyi mnapojadili mafao ya watumishi yalioko, yajayo na ya baadaye. Basi mpate fursa na nyinyi mpite huko mjionee hayo yalioko. Najua mtaacha pesa huko, wananchi wetu watanufaika, na tunaendelea kuwakaribisha sana, kwa sababu hii mko leo, kesho mtapata fursa kuja kujionea mengine. Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais, nimalizie tu kwa kusema tunamshukuru sana Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan na wewe mwenyewe, serikali yako yote. Mkoa huu umeutendea haki. Sisi tuna miradi ya kutosha hapa, na leo umetuletea uwanja wa kimataifa hapa. Tutajionea timu mwaka 2027. Tutaona na hao wenzetu watapata fursa ya kuja. Yote hayo ni maendeleo. Barabara zetu, watakumbuka wenzangu wanaotoka Kenya, Uganda na ukienda Sudani. Hii ni East Africa, lakini tunapitisha mizigo mingi kuwapelekea huko. Hizi boda zetu sisi, boda na Manga, tunakusanya zaidi ya bilioni 14 kwa mwezi. Maana yake uchumi wetu unakuwa. Na leo tunapojadili haya, maana yake Arusha imetulia, Arusha iko salama, mikutano itaisha kwa vizuri. Mimi nikushukuru sana Makamu wa Rais, kwa niaba ya mkuu wa mkoa wetu niwakaribishe, karibuni sana kwenye mkoa huu wa Arusha, mkoa tulivu. Baridi ni ya kawaida. Asante sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Thank you so much, Honorable Salum Kali, the Longido District Commissioner, who spoke on behalf of the Arusha DC. Thank you so much for your welcoming remarks. Your Excellency, it's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Muyangwa, the ASA Chairman, who will give us the opening remarks for today, followed by a brief entertainment by our brass band. Welcome, Mr. Muyangwa.
Habari la asubuhi. Asante sana. His Excellency Dr. Philip Story Mpango, the Vice President of URT, United Republic of Tanzania, our chief guest, and Honorable Ridwani Jakaya Kikwete, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, responsible for labor, youth, employment, and persons with disabilities. Honorable Kenani Kiongosi, Arusha Regional Commissioner. Honorable ministers from other states and from Tanzania present. Permanent secretaries from Tanzania and other states present here. Board chairpersons and board members. ASA council members and other CEOs. ILO representative, ASA Secretary General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I be allowed to ride on protocols already observed. Your Excellency, before I start my speech, I would like to pass our grateful thanks to the association, to the Social Security Association in Tanzania and the corporate bodies for hosting us and for the hospitality they accorded us ever since we arrived here. Thank you very much. Dear guests of honor and delegates, the transition of the association from a regional association called East and Central Africa Social Security Association, or ICASA, to a continental association called Africa Social Security Association comes when the whole continent of Africa has her eyes focused on working together to build stronger and linked African economies, with a clear vision of unlocking the long acknowledged potential of our continent in order to raise the standards and quality of life for our people. At ASA, Your Excellence, we believe we have a critical role to play in making this long talked about goal a reality. Through ASA, we are making great strides at building responsive social security systems premised on inclusivity and relevance to the needs of our people. While we recognize that ASA member states are at different stages of developing the envisaged social security and universal health systems, ASA commits to continue fostering capacity building initiatives and cooperation in addition to stimulating the development of policy interventions that support our continent's priorities and goals, as well as address our unique challenges. In short, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Now Continental Association is committed to continue playing the critical role of promoting social protection development in Africa. Dear guests of honor and delegates, this year's conference theme of Social Security Funds, a catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth in Africa, speaks volumes of one of the key aspirations of the association and of our recognition of our role as critical players in realizing the Africa Union's Social Agenda 2063. Our humble but strong belief is that social security institutions must play a pivotal role in contributing to this agenda by leveraging their ability to mobilize comparably low-cost patient capital that could be channeled into higher impact projects with long-term tenors in order to begin to address the continent's well-documented infrastructure financing gaps and its negative impacts on economic progress on the continent. To this effect, Your Excellence, ASA is in the process of establishing a Continental Infrastructure Investment Fund, which we believe and trust will be part of the resolutions from the ministerial dialogue at this conference. Through strategic collaborations and joint initiatives with like-minded development finance institutions and others, African social security institutions aim to explore practical mechanisms for providing reasonably priced capital to impactful projects across the continent that will greatly boost intra-Africa trade, innovation, and productivity. Against this backdrop, this year's conference will therefore include high-level speakers and presenters highlighting what is already being done, what could be done, and provide a clarion call to action for all, that's policymakers, institutional investors, and other institutions. Apologies, Your Excellency. I seem to have lost my speech. That is giving you a pause, Your Excellency, to register a few of the issues we have mentioned. Your Excellency, we have a small request as I finalize my speech. ASA has decided to place its capital here in Arusha. In that process, Your Excellency, we are working with some of the social security institutions in Arusha, in Tanzania, to assist us acquire land on which we can build these headquarters that will house our secretariat, the institute, and provide commercial accommodation to others in need. Our humble ask, Your Excellency, is to help support us in reducing the cost for the project as we explore ways through which we can construct put up the building in Arusha in the most convenient and cost-effective way for members. Secondly, Your Excellency, Tanzania being the host country, we seek your efforts to try to bring other countries into the fold to expand the membership of ASA from the current 15 member states of African Union to the entire 55. There are great benefits, Your Excellency, in getting that, in getting the membership expanded. Your Excellency, on that note, I would like to recognize the efforts of Côte d'Ivoire through their social security scheme that has helped us to expand membership in West Africa. A big hand to them. Your Excellency, they say you are given one opportunity and you must utilize it. As ASA, Your Excellency, given the international nature of the association we have created, we have a few requests that we seek to be entertained by the government of Tanzania. That is to accord our institution diplomatic status. It's a fair ask, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as I wind up, I would like to turn to the other pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and other social security institutions that have not yet joined ASA. Your Excellency, the program for ASA is quite ambitious, but we also recognize that without ambition, we will not be able to address the needs of our continent. We ask all those countries that are not yet members of ASA to join ASA, especially in building the newly established Infrastructure Investment Fund that will assist us to close the financing gap that is currently present or that is currently manifesting in the development agenda of our continent. Your Excellency, I don't want to take up much of your time and that of the delegates. I'd just like to wish everyone a very good deliberations for the next 2 days, and we hope the resolutions that will come from here will not gather dust on the shelves of our libraries, but will be part of the implementation of African Union's 2063 agenda. I thank you.
Can we extend another warm round of applause for him? Thank you so much, Mr. Mayangwa, the ASA chairman, for your candid remarks. Well received. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, as mentioned earlier, allow us to bring entertainment, one, by the brass band, and two, especially for all our visiting delegates, to enjoy the taste of Arusha, a performance by the Maasai dance. This will then be followed by the remarks by the host minister, Honorable Ridwan Kikwete. But for now, the brass band, you have the floor. While Maasai band, you prepare. Guest of honor. Your Excellency, I believe Your Excellency has an envelope for you. Naomba mkamshike mkono mgeni rasmi pale. Naomba mkamshike mkono mgeni rasmi. May I request all of us, as we've been sitting for a long time, to please rise. Can we all please stand up? So I've requested the brass band to play that last bit. Number two, ile sehemu ya mwisho tu. And all of us will be clapping our hands as we warm up our bodies, okay? Okay. Brass band, naomba kile kipande cha mwisho tu ili tusimame tushangamke mili. Okay, can we all move? Let's clap our hands. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, Brass Band, for that powerful entertainment. You've warmed us up and the room. Your Excellency, in front of you is Ilikidinya, coming to do a beautiful performance, a taste of Africa, a taste of Tanzania, the taste of Arusha. Please, karibuni kwa burudani yenu.
Oh, ninjiye nyamani. Yele yo ninjiye nyamani. Hodi hodi twaingia twaletea ujumbe. Hodi hodi twaingia twaletea ujumbe. Kichocheo jamani cha maendeleo na miundo mbiuni ukuaji na uchumi jumuishi. Kichocheo jamani cha maendeleo na miundo mbinu ukuaji na uchumi jumuishi. Uchumi jumuishi bara la Afrika. Uchumi jumuishi bara la Afrika. Twaingia. Hodi hodi twaingia.
Mheshimiwa sana Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Mheshimiwa Philip Mpango, mkuu wetu wa Arusha, Mheshimiwa Waziri, karibuni sana Arusha. Karibuni katika jiji la kitalii, Geneva of Africa. Tunawapenda sana. Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais, ya kwanza tunawapongeza sana na kuwaombea kwa kazi kubwa ambayo mnafanya kuweza kuimarisha amani katika nchi yetu. Hakika mmefanya kazi kubwa mkimsaidia Mheshimiwa Rais kwa ajili ya amani na nchi yetu imetulia. Tutaendelea kuwaombea na tunaomba Watanzania tushikamane kwa pamoja. Tusiangalie mitandao, tusidanganywe. Hakika Mungu ametupendelea na sisi tuendelee waasisi wetu kwa sababu ya amani. Lakini pia wageni mliofika leo, msiache kutembelea vivutio vya utalii vilivyoko hapa Arusha. Karibuni huko Masaini, tutawaandalia loshoro, ngararumu. Karibuni mje mjifunze. Tusiwe tunakaa hapa kula hivi vyakula. Mkija kule kwetu tunaandalia vyakula vizuri. Mkija Elkidinga Cultural Tourism, mtakuja kujifunza maisha ya Watanzania kule. Mtajifunza Wamasai wanaishije. Si tu tunakaa hapa lakini kumbe hamjui Elkidinga kuna nini. Kuna mto wa Mbu, kuna Ngorongoro, kuna Serengeti. Ni vyema mjione vitu vyenu ambavyo Mungu amewapendelea. Kwa mimi ninachoomba kikubwa cha kwanza ni amani. Tujivunie na umoja wetu. Hakika dunia inatushangaa sisi. Watu zaidi ya makabila 150, 120 wanakaa pamoja wanazungumza. Si kitu kirahisi kwa nchi nyingine. Ni lazima tujivunie. Hebu tumpigie Mungu makofi jamani, ndugu zangu. Hakika Mungu ametupendelea. Karibuni sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round for this beautiful entertainment and performance. Asante, asante sana. I'm not sure if I had a round of applause. Tunawashukuru wa Masai. Those who did not follow Kiswahili, I believe through your translation devices, you are able to grasp the message, but basically complementing what has gathered us all here and really appreciating all the efforts that we put towards this African continent, Mama Africa. Your Excellency, allow me now to request Honorable Host Minister Ridwan Kikwete to come and deliver his remarks, and later on invite you to do two things. One, give the awards, and number two, do your speech, which will then be followed by the inauguration. Honorable Ridwan Kikwete, as he comes, let's put our hands together for the host minister, Karibu Sana.
Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, our esteemed chief guest, and the Vice President of our Republic of Tanzania, distinguished guests, fellow delegates, media representative, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with the great honor and privilege to stand before you and address you at this 14th African Social Protection Policy Makers Conference. First, as a co-minister, and the second, before I invite you, sir, to address this August Assembly. On behalf of the government of Tanzania, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for taking time to attend this important event organized by the African Social Security Association, ASA, here in the beautiful city of Arusha. You are all most welcome and encourage you to feel at home. I would like to thank ASA for organizing this impactful conference and for bringing together social protection expertise from across the continent. It is through such forum that we build bridges, close policy gaps and policy collective to promote sustainable development and economic growth in Africa. This year conference theme talked about social security scheme as catalyst for infrastructure development and inclusive socio-economic growth in Africa. It is both timely and thought-provoking. While the foundation of social protection lies in ensuring social security, we must recognize that addressing underdevelopment requirement is a multifaceted approach. For the vulnerable, for vulnerable and marginalized to truly benefit, we must integrate social protection with the broader range of government services and development strategies. Achieving this meaningful progress on our continent will demand coordinated efforts. All relevant bodies must collaborate, pull together our limited resources, and respond to the evolving need of our development population in a rapid changing environment. At this juncture, you will all agree with me that partnership between policymakers, social protection schemes, and stakeholders are crucial in addressing persisting challenges, including labor mobility, benefit portability, and coverage of informal sector and the vulnerable community. Your Excellency, while the Regional Integration Group and International Organization conventions and the recommendation of a vital guidance and the minimum standard for the national security systems, it is our duty as the key players in a sector to be proactive, innovative, and fully involved in a continental development agenda. Indeed, this is what gives us substance, relevance, and urgency for this year's conference theme. This conference aims to underscore the critical role that social protection institutions play across our member states and the continental as a whole. We must seize this opportunity to align the actionable solution and concrete commitments. In my conclusion, I urge you all to ensure that the outcome of these two discussions are practical, collectible, and implementable for the collective goods of Africa. With this remark, it is my honor to invite you, our guest of honor, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdori Mpango, to deliver your key address to the delegates, but before that, to present the trophy for those who are aligned. With that, I want to thank you for your kindly attention, and karibu sana Mheshimiwa Makamu wa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Karibu sana.
Your Excellency, as you've been requested, we have 3 categories of awards to be given. Number 1 will go to the new members in order to grow our membership base so as to achieve our objective and the continental mandate. ASA pursues membership recruitment for credible, representation. May I request delegates to kindly take your seats. So ASA pursues membership recruitment for credible representation all over Africa. We also heard this on Mr. Muyangwa's remarks. And for this, Your Excellency, we are glad to welcome our new members to the Fraternity of Africa Social Security Association. Your Excellency, may I request you to present the first prize or recognition to Pension Fund Comoros. May I request representative from Comoro to come and receive. Comoro will be followed by Cote d'Ivoire. Can we clap our hands for Comoro as they come to receive their certificates? Braspan, tukishamaliza nne za kwanza tutazipokea kwa pamoja. As Comoros is coming, may I request Cote d'Ivoire to please prepare. Let's once again put our hands together for the new member, Comoros. If you can turn around for a photo moment. Yes. Thank you very much. May I call to the stage Cote d'Ivoire. Pension Fund, Cote d'Ivoire. As he comes, let's give him a round of applause as they're joining ASA, as it was mentioned earlier. Your Excellency, as Cote d'Ivoire is receiving the next new member into ASA is none other but Zanzibar Health Services Fund, ZSSF. While Zanzibar Health Services Fund is coming, may I request Social Security Commission for Namibia to prepare. Ladies and gentlemen, Zanzibar, also the host, let's give them a big round of applause. May I request Namibia to please prepare. Thank you so much. Zanzibar Health Service Fund. Now we have Social Security Commission of Namibia. Braspen akishapokea sasa tutazipokea zote nne. Your Excellency, may I request you to present the next award to the outgoing ASA chairman for having served from 2023 to 2025. We wish to appreciate our outgoing chairman, Mr. Muyanga, and thank you very much for your outstanding leadership. As we are all ASA members, I believe he deserves a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, we also recognize the outstanding leadership and unwavering commitment in advancing labor standards, social protection, and so allow us to appreciate Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, by extending this warm thank you gesture. Kindly receive on her behalf. On behalf of the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Finally, Your Excellency, we extend our deepest and sincere appreciation to you for honoring us with your presence and official opening of this conference. This token of appreciation is to you, Your Excellency. Kindly receive as it's presented by Honorable Minister. Naomba tumpigie mgeni rasmi makofi. Thank you very much. Members of the high table, you can take your seats as the guest of honor is addressing the congregation.
Honorable Ridhiwani Kikwete, Member of Parliament and Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, responsible for labor, youth, employment, and persons with disability. Excellencies, allow me to stand by the already established protocol in the interest of time. Good morning. On behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, I wish to extend to all delegates a proudly Tanzanian welcome, karibuni sana. And please feel at home. I am informed that this noble conference, which Tanzania is privileged to host, focuses on the catalytic role of social security funds for building economic and social infrastructure in our continent. I commend the organizers of this conference for the efforts that went into preparing and hosting this conference, but more so for choosing this very important theme at this critical juncture when the global landscape for financing development has become increasingly tight due to geopolitical conflicts, a series of global shocks, slowdown in global growth, and a narrow fiscal space in most African countries. As you all know, infrastructure development is at the heart of our continent's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. It envisions transforming Africa's infrastructure in order to improve connectivity through high-speed railways, highways, and robust ICT infrastructure, but also energy security through regional power pools, clean and affordable energy. The agenda also seeks to enhance digital connectivity by building ICT infrastructure, digital economies, innovation, and global competitiveness of our motherlands. Distinguished delegates, traditionally, social security funds were primarily preoccupied with mobilization of collective savings for subsequent investment in social protection. However, over time, the funds found it prudent to diversify their portfolios into new frontiers, particularly real estate and infrastructure. Fortunately, social protection and infrastructure development have a symbiotic relationship. Improved infrastructure has the potential to improve livelihoods through job creation and catalyzing economic activities, and thereby reducing the need for social security programs. Moreover, robust social security schemes provide social safety nets that allow more people to participate in productive economic activities. In short, while social protection is crucial for reducing poverty and inequality, good infrastructure on its part facilitates socio-economic activities and thereby drives growth and improvement of people's welfare. Distinguished delegates, despite various measures taken by African governments to modernize socio-economic infrastructure, the infrastructure deficit remains one of the biggest development challenges facing most African countries. Currently, Africa's infrastructure needs, according to the African Development Bank, they are estimated at between $130 to $170 billion annually. And these are holding back the continent's growth, limiting access to essential services, and affecting the continent's global competitiveness. The infrastructure funding gap is estimated at between $68 to $108 billion annually. And in that regard, given the tightening of the global investment financing, many development analysts are in agreement that social security funds are well placed to act more and more as a catalyst to accelerate infrastructure development in Africa by closing the financing gap. And to this effect, I really look forward to Africa's social protection policymakers participating in this conference to come up with practical ideas and solutions on how social security funds can play this role better and sustainably. I'm therefore delighted and indeed welcome ASA's resolve to set up an infrastructure investment fund. Distinguished delegates, in the case of Tanzania, social security funds have been instrumental in supplementing the government's efforts over the years in building socio-economic infrastructure. For example, social security funds have participated in financing a number of projects, including residential and commercial housing estates. Those that are familiar with the country, they know very well about the Garden Avenue Tower, Sam Nujoma Commercial Complex in Dar es Salaam, Dege Eco Village, Dungu Farm, and so on. But not only that, social security funds have also financed industries in the areas of leather, sugar, cotton, and tea. Furthermore, social security funds have invested in transport infrastructure, including the landmark Mwalimu Nyerere toll bridge across the Kigamboni Creek in Dar es Salaam. But we need more of such projects throughout Africa. However, I must hasten to add that investments in the development of socio-economic infrastructure by social security funds has been marred by a number of risks and challenges, and I want to highlight just a few. One relates to the fact that diversification of the investment portfolio of social security funds into infrastructure development may compromise the primary objective of these funds to provide social protection and social safety nets to the most vulnerable, especially for retirees, the sick, and people with disability. And therefore, in my view, I think social security funds need to ensure that contributions by members that are set aside as safeguard against economic and social shocks remain adequate to cater for the primary objective upon which these funds were established. The second is the challenge of ensuring that the infrastructure projects that social security funds invest in are economically and financially viable. Infrastructure projects that are not viable are likely to erode the ability of social security funds to meet their obligations promptly. If robust feasibility studies of such infrastructure projects are not done a priori, it could result in longer payback periods to the beneficiaries or even complete failure to pay them back. Hence, care should be taken to avoid poorly planned and excessively costly projects or overly complex projects that are difficult to manage and those that do not address the needs of the beneficiaries of the social security schemes. Third, some estimates indicate that the informal sector in Africa accounts for between 40 to 60% of our economies, and that infrastructure development is quite wanting in the rural sector. I therefore wish to encourage experts attending this conference to come up with strategies on how best social security funds can contribute to augment ongoing efforts to scale up financing of investments in rural socioeconomic infrastructure. And I think this could help increase productivity and quality of life in rural and peri-urban areas to increase job opportunities and reduce rural-urban migration in African countries. And fourthly, the challenge that I see relates to ensuring sound governance of social security funds, as well as tackling administrative complexities promptly. And my call on this regard is for the experts in the room to provide a compass on how best African countries can harness modern technologies, including ICT and artificial intelligence, to navigate through such risks. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before I leave this podium, I wish to follow the footsteps of the Maasai traditional dancers who performed here before us a few minutes ago. I want to encourage all participants to make use of your time during and after this conference to experience the beauty of Arusha and surrounding areas. I am aware that an excursion to the Ngorongoro crater has been organized on the 12th of July. I would encourage each one of you to make time for this trip to witness one of the wonders of the world. For those who wish to stay a little longer after the conference, I also encourage you to visit other world-class tourist attractions, including the Arusha National Park close by, Mount Kilimanjaro, the rooftop of Africa, as well as the pristine beaches of Zanzibar. I also heard the request by the outgoing ASA chairperson in terms of requesting the government for support to reduce the cost of establishing the ASA headquarters here in Arusha. Let me just say that the request is warmly received, and I want to use this opportunity to task my Minister of State to work on this request, and I'm quite sure the social security institutions in Tanzania can syndicate to address this request. With regard to according the ASA diplomatic status, again, I'm asking the Minister of State to consult with our Minister of Foreign Affairs to see what it takes to accord ASA diplomatic status. So once again, I wish you a fruitful conference, and urge you to proactively participate in sharing experiences and best practices with the aim of resolving existing challenges and coming up with appropriate and forward-looking resolutions that will enable social security funds to catalyze the development of socio-economic infrastructure in Africa. And with these remarks, it is my singular honor and pleasure to declare on behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, that the 14th African Social Security Policymakers Conference is officially opened. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, may I kindly request you to remain back.
The African Social Security Association, ASSA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASSA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASSA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASSA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. Promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASSA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa.
The Security Committee of the region with the Arusha, the Arumeru District Commissioner. When we exit, we shall exit through your left-hand side. So we have country leads. Country leads. May I call upon the country leads from the respective countries? All the country leads can we exit through the left-hand side. All the country leads from the 14 countries. Country leads from the 14 countries. The country leads, kamati ya usalama mkiwa na mkuu wa wilaya ya Rumeru mkijiandaa. May I call upon the country leads to please take the stage. Country lead for Tanzania as well. Regional security to follow together with the Arumeru District Commissioner. Next will be the standing committee. Please exit through your left-hand side. Okay. Kamati ya usalama ya mkoa together with the Arumeru District Commissioner. May I request all the Director Generals for the funds to prepare. You will be joined by the Treasurer Registrar. Viongozi wa dini mkijiandaa. Asante sana kamati ya usalama ya mkoa wa Arusha na mkuu wa wilaya ya Rumeru. May I call upon all the Director Generals from the Social Security Funds together with the Treasury Registrar. Viongozi wa dini mkijiandaa. Then all the speakers and presenters and the final photo will be the organizing committee. Thank you very much. May I call upon the religious leaders to be followed by all the speakers and presenters for the next 2 days. religious leaders, to be followed by all the speakers and presenters. Standing committee. Standing committee, may I call you to the stage, members of the standing committee. The final call will be for the organizing committee. Standing committee. I understand we are quite a number, so let's divide ourselves into two. We take two sets. Those who are not on the stage yet, if you can hold on for the next photo. Make sure you're visible. If you're not, you'll take the second photo. Asante, we shall exit through the left-hand side. Let's have another part of the standing committee to be followed by the organizing committee, which will be the last photo. As the second part of the standing committee is taking the photo, may I request the organizing committee to please get set. May I call to the stage right after this the organizing committee, appreciating and recognizing the hard work you put towards putting the 14th Africa Social Protection Policymakers Conference a great success. Asante sana, standing committee. May I call upon now for the final photo the organizing committee. Kamati ya maandalizi, naomba sasa tupige picha ya mwisho. The organizing committee.
Thank you so much, organizing committee. Dear distinguished guests, now I would like to invite you to stand up. Let's stand up as we usher out our guest of honor for today, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Brass band. A hand of applause, please. Let's clap our hands as we usher out our guest of honor. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Distinguished delegates, please let's have a seat.
Brass band, niwape nafasi sasa ya kutupa burudani wakati tunajipanga for the next set of presentation. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I've invited the brass band for another bit of entertainment as we prepare for the next set of the conference. Brass band. Distinguished delegates, kindly bear with us another 2-3 minutes. We shall reconvene with the program for the day after the official launch of the Policymakers Conference. We shall begin the program now. So please.
The African Social Security Association, ASSA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASSA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASSA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASSA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASSA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASSA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASSA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASSA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASSA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASSA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASSA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASSA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASSA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service delivery and extend social security coverage for all. Today, ASA includes 25 institutions from 15 African countries that are Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Namibia, Comoro, Sierra Leone, Cote d'Ivoire, Mali, and Gambia. Member institutions include pension funds, provident funds, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation funds, insurance companies, actuaries, fund managers, custodians, and social security regulators, and pension administrators. ASA also manages the Africa Institute of Social Protection, AISP, aimed at addressing skills gaps in social security policy design and implementation across the continent. With a new mandate to cover all of Africa, ASA is set to grow rapidly, uniting social security institutions under one body for a stronger, more protected Africa. Social protection for a stronger Africa. The African Social Security Association, ASA, established in 2007, promotes the development of social security in East and Central Africa. Originally known as ICASA, its goal is to unite social security institutions across Africa, sharing best practices to improve service.
East African Community Secretariat. Before that, she worked as the Chief Executive Officer for the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority, PPRA, following her appointment again by the President of the United Republic of Tanzania in 2021. She comes to present a catalyst for infrastructure development. This is what is carrying the theme and socioeconomic growth in Africa, Universal Health Insurance Perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Dr. Irene Charles Isaka as she takes the podium. Karibu sana. Are you able to? Zalia, the moving mics. But also in 2010, Dr. Isaka was the Director General of the Social Security Regulatory Authority, following her appointment by the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Under this capacity, she was able to set up systems and processes for the newly established authority and worked with tripartite to coordinate the implementation of social security reforms. She was also an active member of the Long-Term Development Finance Committee of the Financial Sector Support FSP project. This is among the fundamental technical committees that expedited the second generation financial sector reforms under the Bank of Tanzania. She actively participated in the transformation of Tanzania Investment Bank into what we now refer to as the Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for Dr. Irene Charles Isaka. You have 15 minutes. Karibu.
Good morning. I need to know who is, because I don't see my slides, so maybe I'll be doing next. Okay. Next is on. Okay, fine. Chairperson of the session, distinguished participants, once again, good morning. I'm here to present NHIF, and as you may know, National Health Insurance Fund, our liabilities are certain but are short-term. So as we see the pension funds investing in the longer term, ours are slightly shorter. But I will share with you the experience on how we finance infrastructure. Next, please. This is showing where we were and where we are now. And this is the development of the social health insurance in Tanzania. Next, please. When you look at it, right now in the health insurance, the coverage for NHIF has been stable at 8%, followed by improved community health fund, 6%, and the total coverage, we have 15.3. Next, please. We follow 3 tiers in Tanzania. As the way it is in pensions, also in health financing, we have 3 tiers. We have tier number 1, forgive me for having it in Kiswahili, but tier number 1 is non-contributory. For the poor families, those are the ones financed by development partners and financed by taxes. And then we have tier 2, which is mandatory for the ones who are employed. They are required to contribute 3% employee and 3% employer. That makes 6%. And we have tier 3. Tier 3 is about supplementary. You may be in either of the tiers, but supplementary for the ones who want to top up, or to have supplementary services, or to have private insurance. Next, please. Yes, that one is showing both NHIF and ICHF. Next, please. Okay, I also want to touch, because when you talk of United Republic of Tanzania, you also talk about Zanzibar, and we have health insurance services in Zanzibar, and that is, it was established in 2023, and also has also the 3 tiers I mentioned. Next, please. This is about the coverage of ZHSF. Next, please. I'll pause a little bit here talking about universal health insurance in the mainland. Zanzibar has already started, and we have Act, which was enacted in 2023, and the regulations were gazetted in August 2024, and now we have started implementing health insurance, basically to improve access, to ensure every citizen have an access of essential health care services, and to protect citizens from falling into poverty, from paying out of pocket. It has been dominated. The studies show that more than 75 Tanzanians, they spend out of pocket, and this actually erodes their capacity in terms of well-being. And also ensure risk pooling and cross-subsidization. Next, please. Having national universal health insurance, this protects our citizens from financial risk, I've mentioned, but also equity. We target vulnerable groups so that we have, we reduce inequalities by making sure that everybody access the services. For the indigents, they can have subsidized cost, but for the ones who are able to pay, they contribute. And we have also risk pooling mechanism, which also includes the informal sector and the rest of the population in Tanzania. Next, please. Access to quality health care, I'll also touch it. Next, please. Yes, those are the features of social protection and universal health insurance, where we expand health insurance. We also ensure that we leave no one behind. We make sure that we have a benefit package that has the right to all and universal access of all levels through the referral systems. And we also have, after the enactment of the Act, now we are regulated by Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority. Next, please. These are the features of universal health, the legal and regulatory framework, and I will not spend much time into that. Next, please. The features of universal health insurance, as I've mentioned, the 3 tiers. The tier number 1, when we are talking about non-contributory, the government will establish a special fund for disadvantaged group, including pregnant women, children under 5, elderlies, people with disabilities, and people with NCDs, non-communicable diseases. Also, it ensures competition to ensure efficiency. There will be insurance schemes. However, NHIF will only provide health insurance. It's a public health insurance scheme. But there will be a freedom of choice. Next, please. We are regulated, I said, we are regulated by Tanzania Insurance Regulatory Authority, but in terms of investments, we are regulated by the Bank of Tanzania, and the guidelines that allow us to invest in a number of investment portfolio. Next, please. The NHIF Act allow us to invest to carry out investments. But the first and primary role is to register members, to collect contributions, and pay benefits. And whatever is left is going to be invested. So it's not like we start with the investment and then we pay benefits. We just make sure that all the claims that we have, they are settled on time. According to the Act, we are required to make sure that the claims from the health facilities are settled within 60 days. And that is the primary role. So whatever is left, we are allowed to invest using the investment guidelines from the Bank of Tanzania. So we invest in the short term and longer term. But in the short term, we make sure that we invest in cash and near cash, because our obligations are set and are short term. So you'll find our portfolio in the short term investment is relatively higher than the ones that we have in the social, in the pension schemes. So we invest in short term and long term. And in the short term, treasury bills. Longer term, we have a few bonds, but we also have fixed deposit, call deposits, because of the need of our team, of our members, or the schemes. And also, we invest in the stocks as well. We invest in stocks. We have very few investment in real estate. We have very few investment in real estate. However, according to the Act, we are allowed to invest in infrastructure, but the infrastructure in health facilities. So we have been giving facilities, or rather loans to facilities for construction of the health facilities, but also for purchase of equipment and medical consumables. Next, please. Yes, I've mentioned that. Next, please. So in conclusion, I can say as we move towards universal health insurance, we expect to increase equity and quality access to medical services. But we also, in Tanzania, we have very strong political will to ensure that we have a sustainable financing. But also, it's universal health insurance being a powerful tool in protecting the poor and reducing inequalities. We see UHI as a catalyst for infrastructure development. We will continue investing in the facilities in terms of equipment. As you see, in Tanzania is one of the countries in East Africa where the primary health is well developed. We have specialists at the council. In other countries, they call it county, and other countries, they call districts. At the district level, we have specialists. We have a good equipment. We have 3 centers, East African centers of excellence, which attracts medical tourism. We have a center of excellence in oral sciences at Muimbili. We have cardiovascular center of excellence. And we also have Center of Excellence in Bone Marrow Transplant. So those 3 centers of excellence in Tanzania attract medical tourism for the rest of East Africa. So, and now Africa as well, because now as we are talking as ASA. So we will continue investing in infrastructure, but in this case, the infrastructure which facilitates access to quality medical facilities. I think I'm within 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I humbly submit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irene Isaka. She's the Director General for NHIF. Thank you for your profound and brief deliberation on universal health insurance as a vehicle for sustainable social security, the experience of NHIF. A warm round of applause for Dr. Irene, please. Next, I will invite Mr. Adebayo Araye, Senior Specialist, Catalyst Transaction, FSD Africa. I will read his bio before he comes to the microphone. Adebayo has a decade of experience spanning capital markets, investment advisory, financial services, consulting, and development finance. He specializes in structuring innovative financial solutions that drive sustainable growth. As a climate change champion, he collaborates with public and private sector stakeholders to implement transformative financing models that align with their sustainable objectives. At FSD Africa, Adebayo leads capital market interventions across key African markets, catalyzing private investment into the real economy, from pioneering SME financing vehicles to developing climate funds and green bond market strategies. He has steered high impact programs that unlock new funding pathways. His experience in transaction structuring, due diligence, equity and debt capital raising, and a strong policy and regulation background ensures seamless execution of complex financial deals. Adebayo holds a master's degree in finance, is a chartered accountant, and a certified expert in sustainable finance. Welcome, Mr. Adebayo, for your deliberations on FSD.
Okay, yeah, 15 minutes. I'll keep to time. Yeah, thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege for us at FSD Africa to be partnering with ASA on the proposed Pan-African Infrastructure Fund. We are working with ASA to see how we can advance that initiative. We think it resonates with the need of Africa at this time. And I have a short presentation on a pre-feasibility assessment that we've done on this project and what we think should be the way forward. So if we go to the next slide, the next slide just talks about, the problem statement which we are already aware of. I wouldn't dwell so much on that, but the approach we've taken is to look at within the membership of ASA what is potentially possible as ASA begins to, collaborate or bring in other non-members into this initiative. So if we go to the next slide on the content, we looked briefly at, why we need this fund established in Africa. We looked at the possibility within the regulatory limitations we have, and we also looked at the opportunities and next steps. So the first slide, if you go to the next slide, shows the projection of African growth. And this from the IMF, right? If we looked at that map, the next slide. Yes, Africa is projected to grow at 4.4 or 4.6 by 2030. Africa is about the only continent that's recorded the highest growth compared to other continents, right? That's why we're shaded in green. And if you look at the side, we see the projections of all countries in terms of growth trajectory. Say for South Africa, other countries are growing at beyond 3%. And even for the case of Mozambique, the growth projection as of 2030 is 11%. But if you look at the next slide, which I term the growth paradox, that talks about the per capita, the GDP per capita, right? Most countries in Africa, our GDP per capita is below $500, right? Which it's a paradox compared to the growth trajectory we have. And I mean, on the other side is showing how that has fared within the last 10 years, from 2015 to 2025, right? And that's a slide from that's an analysis from the World Bank that shows that even with countries that have mineral resources and that are classified as non-fragile states, the growth trajectory has been downward, which means our usual bragging right of having mineral resources, if not properly harnessed, is not translating to adequate standard of living. And of course, the next slide shows the previous slide, sorry. Yeah, this shows, I mean, the impact of the breakdown of social contracts which we have with citizens. Conflict has been on the rise for the last 10 years in Africa, and that's principally because of our lack of creating jobs, which is tied to our inadequate infrastructure in Africa. If we go to the next slide, right, it shows the common, no, 2 slides forward. The next slide. So the next slide talks about the common challenges we have in Africa. High level of poverty, the youth's unemployment, and I mean, on top of everything, these are common challenges we see across all African countries. I mean, on top of this is also the mounting climate change that we have experienced in different parts of Africa, from flooding to droughts, right? Which has impacted some of our major economic activities, chiefly agriculture, right? So, I mean, this shows that there is need to begin to look inwards and see how we can build our economy through proper infrastructure development. The next slide talks about the mounting debt crisis we have in Africa. No, forward, not backwards. Next slide. No, yes. So this slide talks about the financing flows into Africa, right? Since after COVID, it has been on decline. Even so much cherished investor that we look up to, which is China. I mean, if you look at the color code, it has reduced since 2020, save for the only multilaterals that are increasing their participation in Africa to see how they can cover that gap. But of course, that always comes with some level of conditions. And that is chiefly because of the debt sustainability issues. If you look at the amount Africa is using to service its debts, it has increased from an average of 11 billion between 2010 and 2014 to up to, I mean, 40 billion in 2024. So, and what that creates, if you see the next slide, is what we really have in Africa if we take out the concession finance that we get and the aids, is actually a negative inflow. If you look at the next slide. So, if we back out all concession capital that Africa gets, concession finance and aids, in actual fact, the amount we use in servicing debts is actually more than the loans we are raising in Africa, which is very, I mean, it's very counterintuitive to our development trajectory. So this just shows that our public finance is tightening. Given the geopolitical conditions, we expect that aid will continue to shrink in Africa, projected at a 7% reduction from next year. So the aid finance would not be coming, right? But of course, there is a silver bullet we see on the next slide, which is the large pool of domestic capital that is growing, right? For pension funds, it's estimated that we have over 400 billion assets sitting with our pension funds across the continent. If we add our insurance to that number, it grows to $800 billion. If we look at our sovereign wealth fund and our banking assets, we're talking about 4.5 trillion, right? The interesting analysis here is the entire FDI we got annually is less than 100 billion, right? And these are FDIs we go to conferences to canvas for, right? Less than 100 billion. Similarly, the foreign remittances to Africa is also less than 100 billion. So this creates a situation whereby we need to look inwards to what we have in advancing our costs, right? If you look at the next slide, it shows where the pension assets are currently invested. I mean, we're heavily invested in government securities, right? And very lightweight when it comes to investing in the real economy, which are the companies that actually generate businesses and employment. Yeah. And the next slide tells us that there is room to actually invest in alternatives, because we've looked at all the regulations within each continent, and there's significant room within our regulatory landscape to actually invest more in alternatives. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah, so the headroom is there based on our regulatory limits to actually invest in infrastructure, invest in private equity and alternative assets. Yep. So we go to the next slide. Going into the project itself, what we did was we looked at the regulatory landscape. We also interviewed members of HASA. Then we did a comparative analysis. So what we found out is that, can we go to the next slide? Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Okay. So from the regulatory landscape, I mean, we looked at 9 countries, and we assessed the pension assets under management in those countries. We looked at those that ASA members control, and also their regulatory limits to which they can invest within the real sector. And our key findings from that is, look, there is divergence regulations, but the investment patterns are very similar. If we go to the next 2 slides, we'll see that. And the next slide. Yes, divergent regulations, but the investment guidelines are quite similar, particularly in the East African community. I mean, there are still capital controls which we need to address. Some countries are still not allowed to invest outside their country, whereas investment in neighboring countries for some jurisdictions are still classified as offshore investments. That's a key limitation to achieving this. Of course, the pension regulations and industry in the markets are at different stages of development, and also, I mean, the asset size differs, but we see that with collaboration, there is opportunity to leverage and pass learnings across. The next slide talks about the key building blocks we see from interviews. I think for this to work, we need a competent fund manager that has the rights, a product that has the right governance structure. Earning above inflation is also very key to ensure sustainability and profitability. Liquidation is also an issue, which is a challenge in African markets. So the structure needs to have clear exit routes to bring funds back. We see a multi-strategy approach here, not a single solution for all, given that we have multiple countries here. Of course, we've talked about pipelines. I think bankable pipelines is also very key for this. And also, I mean, we set the target we think would be a good start is a $1 billion fund, right? I mean, this is just a scratch on the surface, because even within HASA members, we think there's opportunity to mobilize 5 billion. If we extend that to other members, other industry, we're talking about a 50 billion fund size. The next slide shows us what has been done across Africa. We've seen some funds predominantly in South Africa. That's the Africa Infrastructure Investment Fund, managed by Africa Infrastructure Investment Managers. They've been able to raise 1.7 billion over the 20 years of existence. We've also seen the Pan-African Infrastructure Development Fund, managed by Harits, Harrit General Partners. They've also been able to raise in excess of 1 billion and have invested in interesting infrastructures in South Africa, airports, power plants. and also the Africa 50, which AFDB pioneered with other states, other state governments in Nigeria, in Africa, sorry. The next slide also shows the investment platforms that we've seen, both within and outside. The pension infrastructure platform is a UK platform that was set up by 12 pension funds, and they've invested in infrastructure. Currently, have committed capital of £2 billion. We've also seen the Canadian pension funds partner with the Japanese pension funds on the Global Strategic Investments Alliance, committed capital of 7.5 billion. Then also back home, I mean, we've seen KEPFIC and other initiatives coming up for pension funds to come together. The next slide, what we see as a potential, if you go to the next slide, is opportunity to at least raise 4 billion, a fund of $4 billion in this room focused on infrastructure, if all ASA members commit to this, right? It's a good way, we think, to start, and we think this is achievable, right? And I mean, the next slide also talks about some of the findings we've seen. We think, I mean, the initiative in the East African community that allows pension funds investments being classified as domestic investment is a very good one. It gives room for pension funds within the bloc to invest more if this fund is domiciled in any part of the region as a good start. I mean, that's just a preliminary analysis. By the time we go into the full feasibility study, we'll see what is also the opportunities that is out there in other regions. As we continue working on this project, I mean, we need to advocate for relaxed FX controls, right? It's interesting to note that in some countries, their country is not even allowed to invest in any currency aside from the local currency. Of course, I mean, investing across border in local currencies is very, it would be a very Herculean challenge. So I think as a forum, we need to continue to advocate for relaxed FX controls, particularly in investment across Africa. Also, if you go to the next slide, we think there's scope to include other players, both the pension funds, insurance funds, even our sovereign wealth funds. I mean, like we said, the pension funds have like 400 billion, but if we bring other people into this fold, we're talking about a 4.5 trillion asset class. And even if 5% of that is focused on infrastructure, I mean, that's significant. Right. If you go to 2 slides, for us, our suggested next step. Next slide. Yeah. I mean, is to, I mean, proceed with a feasibility study and have a validation workshop with members. We think a co-creation approach is the best thing. This should be designed for us and by us, right? So members' commitment will be needed to even conduct the feasibility study with the support of consultants that would help, hold a validation workshop to ensure that this fits into our existing framework and addresses our challenges, get a competent fund manager, and of course, get members to write the check for this fund. Thank you. I hope I stayed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adebayo. Please, let's have another warm round of applause for that. Our next presenter will be Mr. Masham Mshomba. Yes. I will read out his bio as he prepares to come to the podium. Mr. Masha Mshomba is the Director General for NSSF, Tanzania. Mr. Masha Mshomba is the Secretary to the Board of the National Social Security Fund, Tanzania. He has a wealth of experience spanning over a period of 20 years in senior management and operation in the areas of finance, accounting, and social security matters. From January 2015 to April 2021, he served as the first Director General of the Workers' Compensation Fund, WCF. He has also served as the Director of Finance and Administration of the then Public Service Pensions Fund, PSPF, from December 2003 to January 2015. Prior to this, Mr. Mshomba served as the Chief Internal Auditor at PSPF from January 2001 to December 2003. His past experience traces back as a banker examiner at the Bank of Tanzania, and before that he worked with PricewaterhouseCoopers, PwC, and British Petroleum. He sits on the board of governors at the Eastern Southern African Trade and Development Bank, TDB, and on the boards of Aluminium Africa Limited, ALAF, Pension Properties Limited, and Watumishi Housing Limited. He is also the former chairman of the board of directors at Mkombozi Commercial Bank PLC from 2009 to 2015. And previously, he served as a member of the board of International House of Property Limited. He is also the chairman and council member of Tanzania Social Security Association, TSSSA, and council member of the Africa Social Security Association. I welcome you, Mr. Masham Somba, who will take us through the driving socio-economic development and infrastructures in financing and sale. Yes, please.
Hello. Good afternoon, delegates. Yes, as let me try. Yeah, as pointed out, my name is Masham Shomba, currently working with the National Social Security Fund as Director General. My presentation will basically have three main parts. One on investment experience with particular regard to infrastructure. And then I'll be covering a bit on self-employed, because we're also covering these people. And I also touch on service delivery with particular reference to the initiatives that we've been having on improvement of service delivery through automation. Our fund basically covers two main groups. One is the private sector, the formal sector, and the self-employed, commonly known as informal sector. But as you may be aware, these people, in most cases, they do not like to be called people in the informal sector. I think the self-employed is a more appropriate name, and that is the name that we have decided to use. Our functions actually speak of any pension fund, which are basically for registration, collection of contributions, investment and payment of benefits. And in terms of where we are now, we just have over 1.8 million members as of 30th of June 2025. And in terms of net assets, as a fund size, we are approaching Tanzania shillings 10 trillion, which is about USD 3.77 billion. In terms of our regulatory framework, we are basically having three regulators. One is TIA, Treasury Registrar, who is responsible for monitoring performance, our institutions, and basically all state-owned institutions in Tanzania. We have our Prime Minister's Office in its division of Social Security, which is basically responsible for regulating the operations of the social security schemes, with the exception of investment function, which is being regulated by the Bank of Tanzania. And as a result of this, the Prime Minister's Office and Bank of Tanzania will from time to time carry out examination or audit and issue reports with regard to compliance and performance. In terms of infrastructure investment, I will, as I said, I'll touch on infrastructure investments. And as of 30th of June 2025, we've actually invested a total of just over 790 billion Tanzanian shillings, which is over 298 million USD in different asset classes of infrastructure. and which constitutes about 9.1% of our total portfolio of investment. And we have done that through 4 basic models, which is PPP and infrastructure corporate bonds. We are also issuing corporate bonds to finance infrastructure, but we also issue direct loans to the government, and especially nowadays that we are not allowed, our regulators do not allow us to give loans to corporates. But also we have done this through private equity. And very important, our investment function is basically guided by the principles that you are seeing there. Number 1 is safety, and then yield, liquidity, socio-economic utility, and diversification. And how you would recall the caution that the guest of honor, Honorable Guest of Honor, gave us with regard to investing in infrastructure is grounded on these principles. Number 1 being safety, because we also need to be aware of that, especially because this is our members' money. It's not our money. It's not government's money. This is members' money. So as we venture into infrastructure investments, as we've already started doing, from the numbers that you're seeing there, we're very cautious and we always follow these principles. And that's why risk management is always a dominant part of that. In terms of investment through PPT, we have our Nyerere, the famous Nyerere Bridge, which costs us of Tanzania shilling 344 billion, which is equivalent to just over 132 million USD. And it's giving us a return of at least, so far, 11.19 per annum. It has stimulated a lot of economic activities, particularly in Dar es Salaam and the Kigamboni area, and which has also culminated into having creating employment, not only for the people of Dar es Salaam, but also in the other areas. We have done that through the design, build, finance, operate, and transfer model. And there is a concession agreement and financing agreement that we signed with the government. It's supposed to take a period of not less than 30 years. Those are just details of the structure of this investment. But the other area, as I said, that we have gone into through attempt to finance infrastructure is through corporate bonds. If you look at our balance sheet, a total of about Tanzania shillings 50 billion has gone into that area, and we've issued a number of bonds from time to time. One of them is the one that we participated through the Tanga Urban Water Supply and Sanitation Authority, and it is our water infrastructure, a green bond. We issued about, we contributed Tanzania shillings 5.3 billion. And in terms of return, we are getting a return of 13.5 per annum. The other bond that we participated is the famous Samia Infrastructure Corporate Bond. That was meant to accelerate the construction of rural roads and empowering local contractors. We participated to a tune of Tanzania shillings 15 billion, and that one is giving us a return of 12% per annum. The other bond is Zanzibar Sukuk bond, which was issued on behalf of the government of the revolutionary government of Zanzibar, and we participated together with other pension funds, of course, but for instance of Tanzania, Hello? We participated to the tune of Tanzania shillings 20 billion. And in terms of return, that one is giving us a return of 10.5% per annum. To the government, we funded the University of Dodoma through its College of Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as the College of Business and Economics. And we issued a total of Tanzania shillings 338 billion, which is more than USD 127 million loan. And through that, we are seeing quite a number of benefits, including increase in the number of enrollment of students into that university. Right now, we are told more than 7,400 students are being enrolled in the bachelor and master degree programs. In terms of return, that one is giving us 15%. The other one is the loan that we issued for construction of the construction of the Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, and to the tune of Tanzania shillings 15.3 billion. And that one is also giving us a return of 15% per annum. The other area, as I said, that we are financing infrastructure is through private equity. We did that through the Trade and Development Bank, whereby we have our equity participation to the tune of USD 21 million. And through that, the bank is able to issue funds to various governments, including the government of Tanzania, to finance various infrastructure investments. Like in our case, I think this bank had issued a total of USD 1 billion to finance quite a number of projects, including the construction of standard gauge, rehabilitation of meta gauge rail, and rehabilitation of the electricity infrastructure. What are our future investment prospects? We are really thinking of going into area like road toll construction, development of industrial parks, and we're also thinking about construction of warehouses along standard gauge railway, which is going to give us a lot of return according to the analysis that we have done so far. But we're also thinking about construction of passenger ferries and the rolling roll-out of terminal, commonly abbreviated as RORO. We also continue to exploit other potential areas of investment, especially through capital market, because in the East African region, together with SADC region, because our capital counter is now liberalized as it is to the entire SADC region. And we also expect to continue collaborations with the other social security schemes, and possibly private sector, maybe through private sector arrangement, PPT arrangement, whereby we think that we should be able to do more of this investment. But again, when we go into these investments, we are guided by those principles that I've just pointed out, especially because safety is our #1 priority, and we are always keen in ensuring that we've taken care of the risk aspects to avoid worst case scenario of a total loss, as pointed out by the Honorable Guest of Honor in his remarks. Let me cover quickly the self-employed. We are covering this by law. We're covering the private sector, but also the self-employed. This one was started in 2018 when major reforms took place in our country for the social security sector. And the fund was given this mandate, but during its 4 years of operation, the results were not good. That's why in 2022, we undertook a very comprehensive review of the scheme to identify what are the operational challenges and barriers, so that we could devise benefits and the scheme which is generally favored by the self-employed. And that is what we did. We identified a number of drawbacks, including benefits which these people prefer, and things like flexibility in terms of contribution, because these people's earnings are not regular. So they would tend to think that even their contributions should be adjusted to cater for that. They should not be regular. And that is what we exactly did. Our scheme, which is a mix of both DB and DC scheme, has considered their priorities, and is very flexible in terms of contributions. Even in terms of benefits, we have actually covered both short-term, long-term, and that's why we're saying it is a combination of DB and DC scheme. And there is actually even a healthy benefit, which from the review that we did and the survey that we did was one of the benefits that these people prefer. We're also currently arranging with banks, including our Zania bank here, to consider a window whereby they should be able to get soft loans through that bank. Because, as I said, giving loans direct is not possible because the regulator is not allowing that. And because of that, we think that in the next 5 years, up to 2030, we should be able to reach at least 8 million members in this scheme, because the benefits are what these people like, and in terms of contribution, we have given them flexibility to contribute in the manner that they are able to. They can contribute in advance, they can contribute retrospectively. Actually, somebody can contribute in advance even up to 12 months, or can contribute retrospectively even up to 12 months. And this model was actually arrived at after being reviewed by our actuaries, and they gave us that comfort that it is possible to do that. The other area is, and this is the last one, improvement in service delivery through automation. We have a 4-year automation journey that we started in 2021 and is ending next year, 2026 June. Right now, our automation level is 94%, and it's a significant improvement compared to where we were before we started this journey. And we already seeing a lot of improvements. Just like if you look at our walk-in customers, ever since we started, if you compare that time up to now, there is a drop in the number of walk-in customers by 32%. And we assure that it will continue to decrease, because we want people to be saved from where they are. We have also seen an increase in customers using alternative service delivery channels, as opposed to the area perception that maybe people won't favor this, but things are to the contrary. People like these alternative service channels. And if we compare the 4 years of in which we have been in this journey, there is a 56% increase in the number of people who are using the alternative service delivery channels. Before I conclude, I would also like to point out one thing. In the Adebayo's presentation, I see in your slide for the allocation of alternative investment, there is zero in Tanzania. That's not true. I think you've seen me. We have quite a number of alternatives. We will share, I think, information and adjust to that. Yeah. So in terms of way forward, we'll continue to invest, but guided with the Act, the investment guidelines, policy, and strategies, as it should always be. And we'll also continue to diversify our portfolio, especially going through the entire SADC region, because that is what our regulators are now allowing us to. We'll also continue to promote our voluntary scheme to cover the self-employed. Yeah? And as I said, we do expect that by 2030, we'll have covered more than 8 million people. But doing that is not easy. We realize that we need to cooperate between stakeholders, engagement of these people, awareness, and this is all that is in our strategy for covering these people. And we are also expecting to continue use of technology with a view of making our service better day after day. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, can we please give another big round of applause to NSSF? One, for that powerful presentation, but two, which at this juncture allow me to yet again appreciate all our sponsors, starting with NSSF. Let's give them a big round of applause. I would also like to really thank PSSSF. Let's give them a round of applause. NHIF, let's give them a round of applause. WCF, a big round of applause. All these I'm mentioning now have sponsored this conference, but we also have ZHSF. Let's give them a round of applause. NIC, a round of applause. Tanzania National Parks, TANAPA. NMB Bank, Tanzania Commercial Bank, as well as Azania Bank. Let's give them all a big round of applause as we appreciate their contribution. Before I bring my next interesting speaker, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize in our midst the presence of Mr. Boniface Mungangi, who is the Secretary General for APTAC, Kenya. Let's give him a round of applause. Delighted to have him with us. His twin brother to Meshach Bandawe. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. But again, with us, I did introduced countries by country earlier on, but in a very special way, once again, request to introduce all the way from AMIP South Africa, Mr. Richard Firth. If you can please rise, let's give him a round of applause. Right after this session, Richard, I will invite you to give a brief presentation on how ICT can enhance the performance of social security funds. Thank you very much. I now have the pleasure to invite our next speaker, who is none other but Mr. Ibrahim Muhana. Ibrahim, of everyone on the podium, you have the shortest bio, so allow me to read line to line. So Mr. Muhana is an established. We can save some time. No, I have the honor to do that. He's an established Muhana and core actuarial and consultant since 1986. But he graduated at the University of Michigan in 1976 with Masters of Science in Actuarial Mathematics. He's written several papers and delivered over 300 presentations, so today is going to be 301 on actuarial and insurance issues. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, is here with us. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Actually, I was so conscious about long CVs. The only thing I would like to say, I've been practicing as an actuary for 50 years, and as a consulting actuary for 40 years, and a Social Security actuary for 30 years. And I think this is probably enough. The three, with the exception of our colleague from Kenya, our colleague from NHIF and from NSSF, have done a great job in their organizations. What I'm going to be talking about today is not what I have done in my organization. What I'm going to do is what you should be doing in your organizations. If you permit me, we were just saying what is the role of the actuary when we are talking about investment. So if we move forward, by the way, when I was initially asked to speak, I was given a 40-minute allocated slot. To my surprise, when I saw the brochure this morning, I realized it's 20 minutes. And to my surprise, again, when the MC was introducing everybody, she was whispering, you have 15 minutes. So I'm going to try to stick to the 15 minutes, and I believe that my presentation will be circulated, and hopefully it will make some sense to you guys. The next slide. I have to up here. Which one? This forward? Okay. These two slides, the first two slides I'm going to put, are really irrelevant to what I'm going to say, but talks about the magnitude of the investments of infrastructure as far as Social Securities are involved in some countries. And this particular slide talking about the different allocations of different Social Securities in Africa in particular, but these are, as you know, segregated averages. So this is where I would like to stop at. I think almost every one of you have heard the word actuary, but really you look at us as mathematicians. The definition of an actuary within the International Actuarial Association is really clearly saying we are social mathematicians. This is something very, very important. And we have duty for the public interest, which is more important to say that. So this is what I would like to leave you with, this kind of definition of what an actuary is. And when we are working with whether Social Security organization or insurance companies, we have a public interest at heart. So what are we going to bring to the table when we are talking about infrastructure in particular? Masha mentioned the total assets of NSSF is about $10 billion. And he put the word net. When we think of net assets, we think as if it is, wow, this is something we can use easily. Because technically speaking, the word net, it means net of any other obligations. So really, if you look at the obligations of Social Security organizations, then we have to total about total assets less the obligation, and then you look at the net assets. And this is only between parentheses what I would like to say. By the way, at least some Social Securities, they look at every year income in excess of benefit as surplus, which is awful. So that tells the politicians, we are making money. So give more benefits or demand lower contributions. So these are terminologies that we have to worry about when we are talking about what are we looking at when we are looking at the investments. This particular example I put in is a true example. The reason I went back to 2015 is to show you what was the projection in 2015. Now we are in 2025. We survived that projection. So we have the figures of 2025 as was predicted in 2015. So this organization right now in 2025 will have what we call, if we want to call it as assets, will have a fund like this. This fund is going to be depleted completely in 2038. So these assets are spoken for. And this decline is when we are talking about how these funds, that assets that we have, are going to be paid out, and we are assuming they will have the same value. But we all know that these assets will have lesser value when you start to liquidate them. They are good on books as long as you don't sell them. And we all know that the average infrastructure investment range between 10 years to 30 years as a duration. So this particular fund, which I'm not naming it, this particular fund in no way can even think of investing in infrastructure. Within 7-8 years, they will have no money. They need the money in the next 7-8 years to pay the benefits. So these are the things that I wanted to leave you with today. So in my presentation, I talked a lot about responsibilities, and many of you have heard the word ALMs and so on and so forth, but it's very, very important to look at the liabilities duration. I would like to comment to the presentation that started with Irene a little bit earlier when she said, we at NHIF, we are on the short-term business unlike the others. To some extent, she's correct, but not fully. As long as NHIF only provide benefits to the active populations, they are in the short-term business. But if they think, and they do think, and they do practice, provide healthcare for the retirees, they are in the long-term business. So technically speaking, from now, they have to think 75 years down the line. They have to think 3 generations to come. So they have to have 2 funds. Funds for their actives and what we call pre-funding for the retirees. And I'm very proud to say I was the first actuary in the world, not in Africa, not in Lebanon, in the world, that insisted on financing healthcare after retirement as pre-funding the way we pre-fund pensions. And we are, what do you call it? Not printing. We are, what's the word in English? I don't know. We are delivering a paper on something called implicit health debt. Because usually there is only implicit pension debt. Nobody was talking about implicit health debt. So we are introducing this concept that government have to take into consideration when government provides promises for their population of healthcare after retirement. So I'm going to go quickly, and here I'm going to ask all the participants I know in Tanzania, we have 3 universities that are providing actuarial science education. Many other countries in the region do not. Kenya is well established. Of course, South Africa, Zimbabwe are established, but many, many other African countries in East Africa, actuarial education is not well established. So I urge you as employers, as social security organization, to work closely with your universities, because you need actuaries. You don't want actuaries like myself. You want African actuaries and introduce in Africa, educated in Africa, and to serve your needs. So this is where we are talking very much in promoting the actuarial profession in Africa, from Africa. I'll move. I have these 2 slides that I would like to share with you just for fun. We all watch sometimes, not all, most of us probably watch, other than watching football, we watch Formula 1. And this race, people don't realize how sophisticated it is. It is not how fast the car goes. It is so many things that goes into winning this race. Managing this race, you have to ask yourself so many questions. And you, as organizations, you have to ask yourself so many questions. Where we are coming from, where are we going, what are the tools we are having, what are the regulations we are bound by. These are issues that you have to ask yourself. Otherwise, you can manage your journey like this. So you have to decide which kind of journey you are going to take. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ibrahim Mohana, for that profound presentation on the infrastructure, the role of actuaries in Africa. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presenter will be Mr. Teach Simbini, who will present on behalf of Dr. Amin Adum, who is the Director of Infrastructure and Trade at NEPAD. Karibu, Mr. Teach.
No, thank you so much. Sorry, I'm catching a cold, so my voice is a bit on the low side. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Whilst I'm waiting for the IT to load my presentation, allow me to introduce our organization. My name is Tichakunda Simbini. I work for the African Union Development Agency, which is the development arm of and implementing arm of the African Union. And our mandate is to work with member states to accelerate the realization of Agenda 2063, which has been talked about a lot in this morning. And we do this in 4 ways. We work with member states to accelerate the implementation of priority programs and projects across the continent. We work with member states to mobilize resources to finance these projects. And also we work with our partners, including now ASA and the pension, all of the institutions in this room, to coordinate immobilizing resources and also then providing evidence-based advisory service to our member states. So in this presentation, I am grateful that I'm making this presentation after all of the presentations that were made yesterday by Dr. Anselm and also my colleagues on the panel. And I'm going to present to you some of the work that we are doing on the continent and proposals of how we can work together so that we can realize the vision and the ideas that have been proposed in this meeting. So what I'll do is I'll take you through the Agenda 2063, and then I'll look at the priority programs and projects, infrastructure projects on the continent briefly. And then we'll go into one of the things that has been proposed is how do we then create an ecosystem of us to have a pipeline of bankable projects. And I'll look at the work that we are doing in setting up regional electricity trading financial markets, which will help also in terms of helping all of the institutions here to syndicate in financing projects across regions and also across the continent. And then I'll then conclude with a few recommendations. So, as you are aware that Africa has set for itself a goal of the Africa we want by 2063 through the Agenda 2063, which is of a more integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its citizens, as we are doing in this meeting, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. And in 2023, our heads of state launched the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063, and they've declared that the next decade is going to be a decade of accelerated implementation of Agenda 2063. And this meeting is coming at a very pivotal point in terms of how we can then also be able to accelerate the realization and investment in some of our priority programs and projects. And they have set for us 7 moonshots, and this includes the desire for our member states to attain middle income status by 2033, and also for the continent to be integrated, for us to establish democratic institutions, and also to have a peaceful Africa, which is driven by Pan-African values and people-driven, and which is influential across the global arena. And so they have also set a target for us in terms of how we can achieve this. In terms of Moonshot 1, for every member state to attain middle income status by 2033, they've said that we should at least aim to have annual GDP growth of at least 6% over the period. And Adebayo made some presentations in terms of the projected GDP growth, and also the fact that he stated that we have got very low GDP per capita across the continent. And so that means that all of the things that we are doing across the continent, we really have to do things differently so that at least we attain that vision of all of our member states attaining at least middle income status by 2033. And then so some of the interventions and priorities that they have set for us to achieve that goal of attaining at least middle income status by 2033 are the things that have been discussed in this meeting. And they've said, especially when it comes to capital markets, they've said that all member states must have a growing domestic capital market. And some of the recommendations they've said that we need to look at establish the necessary regulatory frameworks for capital operations. We should also implement policies to promote linking national capital markets to regional as well as continental and global markets, which was also highlighted yesterday and in the preceding presentation. And I also see that NSSF are looking into spreading into the SADC region, which is also positive. And then they've said that we should establish capital market infrastructure platforms. And there are 4 AU financial institutions that are expected to be operational during this decade. And one of them is a Pan-African stock exchange, which is part of the things that I'm going to be presenting to you in terms of what we are doing to take the necessary steps towards that. And then when it comes to Moonshot 2, which is for Africa to be more integrated and connected by 2033, we are implementing a number of priority projects and programs, which include the African passport and free movement of people, the Africa single Africa air transport market, the integrated high-speed rail network, and in this presentation I'll present the last 2, which is the program for infrastructure development in Africa, as well as our aspirations to establish a single electricity market across the continent that will link all the 5 power pools into a single electricity market and also enable the continent to trade power with Europe as well as Middle East and the Gulf states, and through that also by extension to Asia. So looking at the program for infrastructure development in Africa, I want to, at this stage, I want to thank Dr. Anselmi for the contributions and inputs that he made in this presentation. And I think I also I need to mention that this priority list of projects was distilled from the member states' priorities. So which means that what I'm presenting to you is only a small fraction of the infrastructure gap that we want to cover on the continent. These projects are only transboundary projects or projects with a regional impact. And in that priority list of projects, we've got 69 projects, and we aim to mobilize over $160 billion from the period of from 2021 up to 2030. And as part of the mobilization of resources, one of the things that our member states have said is that we should have a domestic resource mobilization strategy, and we should aim at least to work with our institutional investors to commit about 5% of their assets under management towards infrastructure investment on the continent. And Adebayo mentioned also that the 5%, if you look at the global assets under management for all of the institutional investors across the continent, that could be adequate. But I also want to acknowledge the target that was mentioned yesterday of 15%, which shows the size of the ambition that we have. And I think you'll see also in my presentation, in my recommendations, how we would propose that we should take it up with our heads of state. And then, in addition to the program for infrastructure development in Africa, we are working on the Africa single electricity market. And some people have asked me, because I lead the team that's working with all the 5 power pools, to develop this to develop the roadmap, the Continental Power Systems Master Plan, which is the roadmap for us to achieve this Africa single electricity market. They've asked me and said, is this possible? Can we see it in our lifetime? And Tanzania last year commissioned the connection between, the interconnector between Tanzania and Kenya. And that was a very important milestone, because for the first time we are closer to integrating the Southern African power pool to the East African power pool. And once the last connection between Tanzania and Zambia comes on stream by 2027, 2028, we will have a market that stretches from Cape all the way to Cairo. So you can see that as a continent, we are making significant progress towards integrating the continent through the electricity market. And this market, once operational by 2040, we estimate that it will create a market of about 136 billion, of which we will need about to invest about 1.3 trillion US dollars to achieve that goal. And 1.3 trillion US dollars will be required for us to more than quadruple our power generation capacity currently, from about 263 gigawatts to about 1,200 gigawatts by 2040. Why is this important? It is very important because without investing adequate power generation, we cannot create employment. We cannot grow our economies. We cannot attain the vision of attaining middle income status by 2033. Most importantly, we cannot create employment for our growing population. I also need to mention that through the South African government, during their G20 presidency, they have prioritized this program and said that we should develop the 10-year investment plan, infrastructure investment plan, which will be presented at the G20 in November. So what are we doing in terms of creating that ecosystem for us to have a pipeline of bankable projects? We are doing a number of things, and we want to invite all of the partners and the institutions in this room to partner with us on that. The first thing is that we are mobilizing resources to prepare projects, because for us to have a pipeline of bankable projects, before we invest in them, we should prepare them. So we need to mobilize resources for project preparation. We are targeting to mobilize about 200 million for that, to cover both the program for infrastructure development in Africa as well as the Continental Power Systems Master Plan. We are working with the philanthropic organizations through the Children Investment Fund Foundation to establish an alliance of philanthropic organizations to syndicate mobilization of resources for project preparation. We are also working with the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank to establish a technical assistance pooling facility, and we would want to invite the pension funds and the institutional investors in this room to consider allocating some of the resources that we want that you are going to allocate for the establishment of the Infrastructure Development Fund towards that project preparation fund. The second thing that we are doing is that if we continue this approach of preparing projects by projects, it will take us eternity for us to be able to reach all of the ambitions that we have set. So we are saying that we are going to prepare these projects as portfolios on, along infrastructure corridors, and through a programmatic approach by establishing framework contracts so that we can then prepare these projects. So far, we have established 2 framework contracts, one which is just set up to do pre-feasibility studies through the support of the European Union. And then the second one is to structure these projects to bankability so that they are structured in such a way that to address all the risks that have been mentioned in this meeting by my previous presenters. The other thing that we're also doing is that in the process of preparing the projects, we need to involve all the important and key stakeholders in the preparation of the projects. They don't have to come once the feasibility study is done. They have to contribute, provide their input so that as we co-develop these projects according to their expectations. And so we are doing 2 things. We have been requested by our DFIs to have annual market sounding events. And in these annual market sounding events, we will bring governments and projects from the respective member states to present and to pitch their projects to investors. And we also want them to be a dialogue between the governments as well as the financiers in terms of how we can make these projects bankable. And for some of the stakeholders include institutional investors, which include the members that are represented in this room. And we would want to put it on the table that we would want to work with ASA as well as like-minded institutions so that at least when we are organizing these market sounding events, you are part of those market sounding events. This helps us in so many ways. It helps you to co-create the pipeline of bankable projects, and it also helps you to plan and see how the infrastructure projects on the continent pipelines are developing, so that at least you can then plan with your investment committees to allocate some of your assets to the investment of those projects. And then, of course, we are proposing that we should work with the private sector. Now, yesterday I was asked a question, how do we make this possible? How do we create a platform where different pension funds, institutional investors can invest in, they can invest in infrastructure on the continent? We are piloting the creation of regional electricity trading financial markets in the Southern African Power Pool. And these markets will have a number of products that we think are going to be very of interest to all of you in this room. The first one is that you know that currently the Southern African Power Pool is the most advanced power pool on the continent, and member states are trading power on this platform. And also the West African Power Pool has also started trading power, and we are working with the East African Power Pool and the Central African Power Pool. So we want to pilot the establishment of financial derivatives, so that as we are trading in power, we are also trading in energy futures contracts, and as well as your swaps and options. And for that to happen, your pension funds and insurance funds should participate in that market to provide liquidity, and also to the necessary financial engineering for these instruments to be developed. The second product, some of the products, the 2 minutes, I'll then come up. What I'll do is I'll circulate this presentation. At least you can then see some of the instruments that we are piloting. But let me now jump to the recommendations, some of the recommendations that we want to put on the table. We want to propose that, as was recommended and suggested yesterday, for the political buy-in, we work with the African Union member states to get a commitment to allow pension funds and insurance funds to invest to allocate 5% of their asset under management towards infrastructure investment. And we also want to propose that we should, through our, a decision from the African Union heads of state for the harmonization of regulatory frameworks to allow cross-border investment in pension funds and insurance funds, and also to explore that the insurance and pension funds can contribute to the planned Africa Union Agenda 2063 Development Fund. And for that, I want to put it on the table that perhaps you could consider the planned infrastructure investment fund by ASA being the infrastructure window of that Agenda 2063 Africa Development Fund. And then we also propose to work with ASA to, for the full launch of the fund at the Luanda Finance Summit, which is being organized in August, and to also for us, for all these resolutions to be part of the to be put on the agenda of our heads of state, we propose to write a policy paper on the which will be presented at the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Transport, Intercontinental as well as Interregional Infrastructure and Energy, meeting that is scheduled to take place in September. This meeting is important because it then sets the agenda of the items that are going to be submitted to the Executive Council of the African Union, which sets the agenda of the heads of the next Heads of State Summit, so that if these resolutions are included, then they will be deliberated at the next African Union Heads of State Summit in February 2026, so that we can then have a decision of the Heads of State. And then, in addition, we propose to work with ANSA for the CMP 10-year investment plan to see if we can have some, at least an expression from these, from the members represented in this room to commit some of their resources to support the ambitions for the CMP 10-year investment plan, which will be launched at the G20 in November 2025. And as I mentioned, on the Southern African Power Pool, electricity trading, financial markets, it's going to be important that we co-develop this with you, and we would invite you and ASA with the member states to be part of that committee that will provide inputs in shaping these electricity trading financial markets. And most importantly, the thing that we all are interested in is bankable projects. We propose that at least we organize joint sessions with between ASA as well as the Africa Insurance Organization, and also coordinate your participation at the market sounding events and investment promotion events that we will be undertaking to promote these projects under the Program for Infrastructure and Development in Africa, as well as the Africa Single Electricity Market. And we, as I mentioned, for this to happen, in addition to setting aside assets and resources for the investment, let us also consider setting aside some resources for project preparation. With that, I want to thank you for your attention. We look forward to the continued deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Simbini, for that profound presentation. Dear delegates, I'm informed that we will break out for lunch at exactly 13:30 hours. So we have 28 minutes to go, of which I will welcome Mr. Richard Firth from MIP South Africa, who will do a very brief presentation of 5 minutes, followed by Mr. Patrick Michael Ayota, who will come in for the short conclusion on all presentations that we've had today, and a vote of thanks. Welcome, Mr. Patrick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, honored guests. Really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you all. Sorry about not wearing a suit. My suit is still flying around in Kenya Airways. So if you've got 5 minutes to shop, I'm actually a Arusha model today to show you what you can buy in 5 minutes in Arusha. But thank you very much. I want to talk, a lot of the themes are in investing and finance, but I'm going to just break away a little differently and look at digital innovation and turning things a little bit on its head. And if we look at the investments that people are talking about today, our whole industry, all of our ministries, the collection of funds are all built based on workman's compensation, pension fund, but actually we are all looking after a person, we're looking after a citizen. So we've broken our whole management model down to the way we collect money for the citizens of our countries. And when you look at the model, we actually want to completely change that model and look at the evolution of how we've gone through each piece of collecting money for paying out claims. And in fraud, waste and abuse, digital management, AI, is going to shift the way we actually work going forward. Because as you know, a citizen that claims on a fund, that claim has got structure. We will look at data going forward and we'll understand for every claim type what that claim means to the organization or to the fund. Keeping the actuaries happy that understanding what incurred but not received really means in our lives. So instead of a citizen claiming on a fund, we will be able to, by the claim type, project how much that citizen will need for the period of that claim. Whether it be a disability claim that could be lifelong or a short-term claim on the health facility. But to really get that, we need to start looking at different mechanisms. The benefit schemes are established with functioning models. There's division across ministries. So even though we're servicing one member, we know that, a citizen, we know that citizen claim can come from workman's compensation if they're injured on duty, but NHI would need to pay out as well, and so would the pension fund if there's a disability claim to be paid. So we're impacting different different ministries with the same claim type. So, we're really wanting to look for fundamental change in saying digital management can actually take our citizen and put the citizen in the center of everything that we do. So if a claim comes in from a citizen, actually that claim can impact any ministry it needs to, but we actually manage that claim centrally. And the data for the claim is posted into that ministry from a central platform. So digital transformation unifies silos around the individual citizen. The citizen is no longer a claimant, but a digital profile managed holistically within government. And that's really all the social security ministries. You are the mother and father of the citizens in the country. And if we can look at a citizen digitally, we know that computers will tell you everything about that citizen. If a citizen is unwell, the system will be able to tell us that there's been a claim, or that individual has been to a hospital, or they've been to a care facility in the country, and what that care actually needs for the citizen. All benefits, risks, health, investments are rendered as an integrated service. Support smarter, more compassionate governance and timely service delivery. So if we centralize the claim process across all of our ministries, it will fundamentally change the way the citizen interacts with the state. But as you can hear, it's quite a big shift in terms of mindset in how technology can help us change the industry and help us manage the citizens in our country. There's just a view of combining different benefits into a unified system, the process of integrating digital technology into each area, a comprehensive digital representation of the citizen, inclusion of new benefits. We're looking at systems. We go out for tender in each one of the verticals, but when you really look at Africa, our benefits are very different to what the rest of the world looks at. For example, how many people actually think about a data benefit when a breadwinner can no longer earn money? Can we give their family a data benefit where we can still communicate with that family to sort out the claim, to sort out the finances for that citizen? It might be an immediate, as you say, your immediate look is on the health, the provision of health, but the long-term disability management, what does that actually look like for the citizen? So it's a very different way of looking at a smarter governance model of putting the citizen in the center. Traditional models don't account for local socioeconomic realities. It's uncommon to encounter provisions such as airtime benefits, even grocery benefits, like can we supply food to the family while they are in this crisis, while they're initiating a claim. So it's actually a card that you can only buy food. It's not an open, here's a cash benefit that you can go and spend anything, you can go and buy anything, but actually limiting what can be bought for those very specific benefits that the platforms can pay out. Families often rely on mobile money, community support, and informal care, allow benefits like zero-rated rates and taxes. Are we charging this family electricity through one ministry, but yet the health ministry is trying to fund this family through their well-being? So I hope I'm representing this model correctly, where you're taking all the benefits and consolidating them into the center. And when we really know what is going on in a claim with a citizen, we actually can then provide that citizen with absolute detailed information on how we're going to support them through their crisis. Digital platforms must be designed to reflect local needs and delivery methods. Whoops, so Daisy, sorry. So finally, I'm just rushing through, only 5 minutes, but I'm hoping, I'm not going to go through each piece, but there's a key element here that we call building a digital twin of the citizen. So there's a scenario where, you know, machinery now, we put controls inside machinery that we know this piece of machinery can go up and down 1 million times. When it gets to 990,000 times, it's going to tell me this machine is about to break. We want to be able to do the same thing with the citizens, is build a digital profile of our citizen. And if we marry that with managed care capabilities that build baskets of treatments or baskets of benefits for every claim type that a citizen can give us, we actually will come up with a much more smarter governance model in how we deliver actual care to our citizenry. So I hope in 5 minutes I've put a very different view in terms of the consolidation of the citizen, yet let the funds all be disparate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Firth, for that brief deliberations on digital transformation for social security funds. Now we are going into our conclusion part for this afternoon. Before welcoming Mr. Patrick, I'll just call Dr. Irene, who requested for 1 minute so that she can clarify a matter before, and then Mr. Patrick, you'll just come in, yes? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is just to echo what Mr. Muhana has said regarding the long term, the retiree, funding the retirees. Actually, I didn't go into details in my presentation. Yes, we have retirees. A catch is these retirees are not contributing. These are retirees who were contributing previously. So what we have done asset immunization. And asset immunization meaning that, you remember I mentioned that we have a small portion in the long-term bonds. These are the bonds that are financing these retirees. But I also mentioned about the trust fund. The trust fund is the one which is going to take care of this. Remember, it's not the role of NHIF to take care of every citizen from the contribution of contributing members. It's the role of the government. So the government has set aside trust fund. And I'm glad that we have been having conversations with Mr. Muhana, and he'll be very instrumental into this. But I just wanted to make it clear that we are aware of that, and we are already taking care of that. I submit. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My role is kind of summarize and thank the presenters. My take on what you have done. Now, I may get wrong. Yeah, please, this is my take. I've been known to take some things the wrong way, but I hope that's okay. Irene, thank you very much for your presentation. I think that clarification was quite pertinent in terms of the approach towards healthcare that Tanzania is taking. Especially like the model you have in terms of trying to mirror how the provision of social security, actually pensions, you have got the basic, then you go on applying that the healthcare area. I think a number of countries that are struggling with how to implement healthcare, we can learn a lot from Tanzania. Mr. Adebayo from SD Africa, a couple of things as you were concluding were interesting. He said that if the current members, without the new members who have just joined, contributed just a slight bit based on their own country regulations to the infrastructure fund, we'll be able to raise $4.5 billion. Just think about that. And that's about 7 or 8 countries. If we just looked at our regulations that we have at the country level, we could fund $4.5 billion into this fund. If all the other 15 members came on board, that number now gets towards 15 billion. And the point is, most of this that when I looked at the graph you had, when you saw NSSF, I think for Uganda, you had about $680 million. If we put it over time, at the end of the day, it's no more risky than the investment would make in terms of that. And I think there's a call for us to actually work together. Something else that you raised, and I think now it was also raised by Mr. Durham, there are already institutions that have been set up. Africa 50 was set up by the Africa Development Bank and African countries. You just talked about the mandate the African leaders have to kind of mandate a contribution of 5% of assets under management. In other words, ASA, can we plug into what these guys are doing so we don't have to begin from ground zero to build that infrastructure fund? Can we, hopefully as you do the feasibility study, can you look at how we can plug into that thing in the existing structure so that we can actually work on it? I think that was quite amazing. My friend, Mr. Maisha from NSF Tanzania, you showed up a very interesting thing. All along we've been talking about we need affordable infrastructure funding. You gave me a different example of what affordable means. If you looked at the projects that NSF Tanzania is working on, some of them are giving yields of 15%, 12%. So affordability does not mean it's cheap. Affordability doesn't mean low yield. Let's redefine affordability. When you use local capital, the one thing you have is time. Accessibility is fast. That is affordability. You can get in the room, negotiate with the NSF Tanzania, in 2 months they will fund it. No commitment fees, nothing and so on, and it's done. So affordability doesn't mean it is cheap. So for us who are looking at our members, it doesn't mean you are sacrificing yields to get into the infrastructure space. It doesn't mean that. And that's a good lesson that I think NSF Tanzania has actually taught us in that we actually, and the other thing that was so good, and I think it was mentioned, you're looking at expanding into the rest of ESC and SADC. We I think talks a lot about that. My friend, Mr. Muhana, very passionate about data. I think the takeaway from you is this, guys, let's go back and model our schemes. We may think that your scheme is healthy, but may not survive the next 15, 20 years if you model it correctly. Which means you've got enough time to make corrective measures if you identify what the problem could be. Even when you're a Provident Fund, I'm from NSF Uganda, we're a Provident Fund. We have a very good match between assets and liabilities currently. Good match. But he said something. The benefits tend to increase faster than the contributions. Which means, and we did actually that, and we found out that if we didn't change, we're dead by 2042. That would be dead. So we had to change in terms of way to. So please model, invite him, he will help you so that actually you can model the health of your scheme. He's given you a timeline. It needs to survive for the next 75 years. That's how you need to look at your scheme in that case. Thank you. Mr. Dem, I think the thing that you raised, the 4 institutions, the agendas that the African Union has, I think to me has been, what is good is, at least from the continental picture, there is talk, there's discussion, and touching all the key points. I mean, just from investments, from integration. I had an interesting question, which was very interesting. You want Africa connected from Cairo to the Cape. We know that Morocco just built high-speed rail that can fly maybe at 200 kilometers an hour. We know that Tanzania is just doing the SGR, which is supposed to take us from Dar es Salaam all the way to Mwanza, 160 kilometers per hour. Uganda is trying to run SGR with Kenya, which should take us from Mombasa to Kampala at 120 kilometers per hour. And I'm saying, is there some level of consultation that, guys, if you're going to do SGR, this is your standardized speed, so that if a train takes off from Morocco, Casablanca, it doesn't get stranded in Mombasa because either the rails, the structure is too short to take it. Can we talk? Because all these countries are doing these things. They're a bit of where we can create common standards to actually do through things. I think that's actually great. You also challenged us that we Africans, can we actually take a role in this? You talked about this development fund. Mr. Debeo, you talked about the feasibility fund. Who is going to fund it? Can we as Africans, as schemes in this room, say, you know what? We'll fund $10,000 a piece. It may be small, but it shows that we are serious about the infrastructure fund. Because if we can't fund our own feasibility study and we expect somebody else to fund it, are we serious about the infrastructure fund, which will need us to put maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars away? And maybe as the SU, as we talk about these things, so when we put our skin in the game, it shows how serious we are on these things. Finally, Mr. Richard, you talked about something very interesting. It kind of echoed what His Excellency the Vice President said. It started with the individual, ended up with the individual. Guys, we serve members. However lofty our idea is about serving Africa or serving Tanzania, is this individual member I need to make sure I plan for. Is this individual member that when I invest, I don't put the investments at risk for that purpose. Is this individual member that Richard said, I need to have a 360 view of him, what they call the digital citizen. And I think when we begin to put all these things together, Africa will be much better for it. And finally, I just want to know, one of the things we're going to do in Kampala, November 4th to 7th, please, you're all invited. We're doing it in collaboration with the ASA. We're going to have an All-Africa Pension Fund, inviting DFIs to come. And we want you as a pension fund to become the local catalyst for local investments. Mr. Masha, I was just thinking about what you're doing in this thing. Think about if, instead of just collaborating with the government of Tanzania, you become that anchor that now goes to the DFIs and say, listen, as a local investor, we put $10 million down. You bring your $30 million in. And you de-risk it for the external investors. And we pension funds can do that. We put a little money in our games, and we can actually help develop this country. I know lunch is about served. I think 6 minutes. Moderator, is there maybe a time for 1 or 2 questions? If you have a very burning question, you could. Oh, yes. Mr. Mahana, you have a question? Yeah, go ahead. Yes. So we'll take a couple questions. Go ahead.
Thanks a million for wrapping up. I love to make 2 comments. One comment, he said, we can fund studies. So I think we should stop asking for aid and begging from international aid agency to help you figure out what you need. You have money, you should spend the money in the right way, and you don't owe it to anybody else. You will be prouder and healthier. This is one. The second thing, you are being pushed to extend coverage. And we had small discussion with our colleague from Zanzibar. They are trying to extend coverage of healthcare in all Zanzibar. Don't rush. Extending coverage until today, you are digging yourself in the ground. You are shooting yourself in the foot, because most Social Security, their contributions are not sufficient. So with every newcomer to the Social Security, you are having a liability. I remember a few years ago when they were competing in Tanzania, funds from each other to take members, they changed their financial positions. They had a lot of cash, but they had a lot of liabilities associated with that cash. So please don't rush for extended cover, rush to reform your Social Security systems.
Maybe Mr. Muhana, next time we'll invite you because, you know, with us we want to be very prudent, we want to be very cautious. But we are appointed by somebody who is running for an election, who wants to make sure he can give the message, I've covered you all. How do we navigate some of those things? Okay, just a few questions and then we can take. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Where is he? A few questions, maybe a couple. There's a hand in the back. There's a hand in the back. Let's take them all at once. Please, you can ask any of the presenters. There is a hand there. Let's take all of them at once, and then we can
we keep them short so we are all able to ask questions. Your name, where you come from, and your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Anselmi from the Africa College of Insurance and Social Protection. And my first question is to Dr. Irene with regard to what is being done to address the expected consequences of the NCDs to the survival and sustainability of UHC, towards UHC, what is being done in terms of setting up consortium or pools or alternative risk financing mechanisms so that the concerns of sustainability, which are mentioned by Mr. Muhana, will be addressed. The second question is on the perception of the continent. Our colleague from SD Africa mentioned two statistics which I think they have concern. Like when you say about 576 million Africans are poor, while the World Bank statistics indicate that the world has about 692 million poor people. Does it mean that 83% of Africans are poor? So I think we need to, check our statistics and make sure we don't brand the continent what it is not. Also the issue of debt distress. When you look at the data, the continent, we are at an average of 29% of the debt to GDP ratio, and only 3 countries out of 54 countries have a debt to GDP ratio higher than 100%. Only 12 countries have a debt to GDP ratio higher than 70%. So, I mean, we need to brand the continent appropriately. The final question is on the issue of short-term liability. It is possible to convert the short-term liability through capital market tools like insurance-linked securities so that the funds can breathe more, they can be able to allocate the funds to more appropriate investment, and therefore the concerns, for example, of the health insurance funds will be addressed with these innovative tools, and we can be able to help our country. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there is another hand.
Moderator, as I take the hand, allow me to, you guide me. Where do I go? There's a lady this side.
There's a gentleman in the back, then we come to the front and this side. And, those
and then we'll come this side. So as I'm walking, I would like to make 2 quick announcements. Number 1 is we'll have PLO Lumumba joining us now so that by the time he's done with his presentation, we go for lunch and we will be gone for the day. But number 2, those of us interested to visit the Ngorongoro crater on Saturday, please register your name at the registration desk for the logistics. This will take place on Saturday. Please remember as we step out for lunch to register your name for the Ngorongoro trip on Saturday. But after this session, we'll have PLO Lumumba joining us virtually all the way from Kenya to give us his remarks, and we'll break for lunch, and that will be done for the day. Moderator, over to you.
Yes, please.
Thank you. My name is Tohir Mohammed. I'm a financial economist. I have 2 questions. I think primary to Adebayo and my brother from EU. To me, what you presented, it looks like very much is like a pitching session but unfortunately it forgot two main elements of return and risk. You didn't touch it. So DG Marsha presented return for WCF. But when you look at that return, and Robert, I'm sorry, members of pension scheme probably have forgone certain return. Why? Because most of those returns were presented, they are lower than the government risk-free bonds. So as it is, from the example shown today, infrastructure already seems to present relatively lower return than the other investment. So why should it be the motive for them to continue to go towards infrastructure investment, especially outside their own countries? So the more they move, if they do that, the risk is increasing. So in your presentation, you completely forgot not covering the aspect of return, what's our potential return of those infrastructure, and what are embedded risks. So you have to look at it at the perspective of risk-adjusted return. And another aspect is also about the market efficiency. You focus in a way that is very much looking at the investment fund. It wasn't very clear. Of course, you have short time, but if it goes in a political-based investment return, we're forgetting about the aspect of capital market. So you mentioned about cross-listing and all that. It looks good in theory, but in practice, how can that such fund be linked to the market? Because the market is the best judge of where the investment is going, in considering that the pension already has substantial liabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a lady somewhere. She's here. And then we'll get this gentleman on the end, and then I think that we'll be ready for the next one. Yes, she's right there.
My name is Dionisia Mjema, Assistant Commissioner, Financial Sector Development. My question is establishment of social security funds. Really, we see that the role of the pension fund is to support liquidity management and support capital market development. And in Africa, we have taken several initiatives, establishment of development finance, even in a country, why the pension fund are not joining hand in purchasing shares in the DeFis established in the country or in the other country, so that they can play a role of financing rather than, because if we are now changing the role of pension fund going to the bank, I think the role of supporting finance, it can be bank, they will provide the credit. And the pension fund is most important to participate in the capital market development.
Thank you.
Another thing, as a Tanzania, we have developed alternative financing. Really, there's a challenge. We don't have capacity in feasibility study. Even the construction of the roads, the railway, all the feasibility study are done by the hired consultant. Now is the workup for the African. How do you estimate, how do you build the capacity to how to develop business plan and feasibility study? Because we have our plan 2050, new is developed, and also, but we don't see the cost, real cost involved in the, if we want to connect the Africa, how much money do we need? What's the available money in the continent? Where do we get the other fund? How do we mobilize? Through capital market, through pension fund, through insurance, through savings, so that we know, but now we don't know even the situation analysis. How do we connect Africa? In railway or in airplane? Because when you want to go to Africa, you go to Dubai, then you come back to Africa. So really, I see there's a big challenge. We need first to understand the infrastructure gap in Africa, how much resources are needed, and how do we develop a strategy to address the financing gap.
Thank you. All right, the gentleman there.
So first and foremost, I wish to thank all the panelists, job well done. We are looking forward to getting the presentations. You agree with me that the time was not enough. You are running through so that we can come through and we make further follow-ups. For me, it is my brother Adebayo. First and foremost, thank you for that presentation. We are looking for resources to invest in infrastructure in Africa. I did not get clearly on how we are trying to address the issues of illicit financial flows out of the continent. We are aware that quite a lot is going out of the continent. And what measures are we putting in place to address this so that these become low-hanging fruits for us to invest in this much-desired infrastructure intervention? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Let's answer those questions. I will distribute them this way. There's a question for Dr. Irene, so I think you will be answering them from the NHF about what's being done regarding the NCB, I think, consortium around the sustainability. At the bio, there was a challenge on the stats you provided. You'll provide a response around that. There was also an issue about dealing with the capital markets, and I think we should do, I think, Mr. Maisha, you can deal with how you convert a short-term into short-term liability through the capital markets and insurance company. Please give us an example what you're doing there. I think it may be interesting, on the other hand, about Mohammed raised issues about not considering return and risk, and potentially that infrastructure are lower yielding even when we show the 15%. I think Mr. Maisha, give us a response to that. We can actually see what it is. In terms of the idea behind purchasing liquidity, Mr. Mohana, if you can just talk about what she was raising, this thing about establishing liquidities, and then support, and then the purchasing of DFIs, and especially the role of a pension fund. I think sometimes we think the primary role of a pension fund is to support the capital market development. No. It's to support and protect that member. That's it. So you'll deal with that. And then alternative capacity, please share with us. You will talk to us about the alternatives that you talked about. We don't have capacity in East Africa. We're not doing our own studies. That is Mr. Dr. Duomo. I think for your experience, we can have that. And then finally, challenge actually this to both Duomo and Mr. Debayo, that we're not dealing with the idea of a illicit flow of funding. Why aren't we? Why should we do that? And I think let's just give them the mic here, and they can just, so they don't have to come. Where is that mic? It's here.
There was a question from Dr. Anselm, I think, and it was about what has been done to address the problem of NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, to the sustainability, to ensure sustainability of the fund. Now, as Dr. Irene said in her presentation, there will be a government health fund, and this has been addressed in the UHI Act, that fund will cover part of the cost which will be coming from the NCDs, because the Act, when it was being prepared, it noted that NCDs are on increase and they could be a threat to the fund. So there's be this government fund which will be funded through taxes, and there will be part of it will be covering the cost of the NCDs. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Yes.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Let me answer a number of questions that were asked by the gentleman standing by the pillar. In terms of the risk and return, what we are doing is that there are projects that suited for the private sector participation. So these are the projects that we'll be pitching to the pension funds and insurance funds and institutional investors. And but I think as much as we are looking into that, we also need to look at the cost of doing nothing. If we continue to finance our development using foreign capital, one of the slides that I was supposed to show, it shows that if just from the interest payments from those foreign capital, we'll be paying 3 times what would have invested in the projects. But if we finance these projects using our own domestic capital, that interest rate revenue will be used and reinvested in our own countries. So which means that we need to at least have a different look at the way we look at the issues about risk and return. The other thing as well, in terms of linking liabilities for the pension funds and insurance funds to the investments, what we are proposing in our interventions is that we should create a secondary markets for all of these financial instruments that our institutional investors are going to subscribe in, so that they can then be able to liquidate them when they want to access the capital. The other thing is that we are also proposing. Hello? Instead of just looking at green infrastructure, let's look at brownfield infrastructure, so that the pension funds can invest in projects that have already proven revenue and proven returns. And this will help also them in terms of
Okay, we'll just make it as fast as we can. So go ahead, Mr. Mahana.
Do you want me to answer, or you are moving to the second?
No, let's just finish. Just quickly.
I would like to say that I don't envy any DG of any social security organization. There are, as administrators, you are under a lot of pressure from policymakers. And you are not a policymaker. You are an administrator. You are mandated to administer a contract between employers, employees, to provide benefits in the future. You're mandated to at the least minimum cost for the fund, and you are supposed to administer the fund in the most efficient way. And you have a mandate to tell your board of directors, because they represent the stakeholder, to educate the board of directors for them to really figure out how to make your fund financially sustainable. This is the mandate of the administrators. The administrators should not be bullied by politicians. They should stand talking to the labor unions to let them understand what they are asking for costs money, who's going to pay for that money. I remember very well, once I was talking to a board of directors, and I saw a young member of the board, and I told him, you know something? When you retire, you are going to take that window of this building. There will be no money. There will be buildings, and you can take a window here or a door there. So you have to educate your board, because your board have to talk to their representatives, who elected them to the board.
Thank you.
But you as an administrator, you have to stand your ground and to be honest, and not to say we want to play around with increased investment return to show that the liability could be less. But this investment return is not going to be materialized.
Thank you.
So you have to understand exactly the game and speak for the politicians. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Maisha, briefly.
Thank you. I'll only cover the question on the risk-return relationship that my friend from Tanzania touched. Generally, you are not supposed to invest in an instrument where you'll be getting less than what you should get from the equivalent risk-free instrument in the market, and this mostly is from government securities. But there are some few cases that is allowed within the constraints of our policy. But if you look at our portfolio of the investment, more than 80% of what we've invested is actually in line with what we are getting from the market, meaning that we are getting more than what is you can get from the equivalent risk-free rate in the market. In few cases, like the Sukuk bond that we did recently, we are getting 12%, and there's a reason for that. Apart from the being driven by the return only, we are also being driven by other principles that I talked about: safety, and also diversification. So for that one, that was also looked at when we invested in our Sukuk bond. The return is a bit low, but in terms of the security, it's guaranteed. But because that one was issued by the government of Zanzibar, but also that is part of diversification. We also looked at other impact that that bond could bring in terms of employment, in terms of because it is basically for infrastructure. The benefits that we are getting from infrastructure investment, employment, generation of income, raising GDP. These are the things that we looked at. And even our policy is limiting us in terms of these cases where you invest below the risk-free rate return, ensure that you are getting a minimum of at least 2.5% real rate of return.
Okay, thank you.
In our case, that is what you are getting with the Sukuk bond is more than 2.5% real rate of return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Devayo, wrap it up.
All right, I'll be very quick, right? I think the question around data, particularly on the poverty level in Africa. I mean, unfortunately, Africa, we don't collect this data, right? But I would speak from probably what we call the reality. I mean, in Africa, obviously, we have the lowest standard of living based on every criteria. Our GDP per capita is less than $500, right? And we have other continents where we have up to 25,000 as GDP per capita. So, and also in Africa, we probably have the lowest energy availability for our citizens. So it's just the reality. It's really not about painting the continent black. And also, I mean, I do not think a good measure of debt is debt per GDP. I mean, Africa has the lowest debt per GDP, but we still raise money, very costly money, in the markets, right, in the international market. So we're obviously paying very high cost on our international debts. We have countries in other continents that have defaulted over and over again. They will still come to the market and they raise money cheaper. But even with our risk perception, which we know, I mean, it's just a perception because we have the lowest default rates, but we still raise money very expensively. So I think it's just, it just leads back to the point that we need to look internally, right, and see how we can leverage on what we have to resolve this issue. And the issue about risk return, I mean, it was not part of the pre-feasibility study we did. But my point is, I mean, if other people outside the country can bring money into Africa to invest in Africa infrastructure and make money out of it, there's opportunity to make money in spite of the risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a hand of applause to all our panelists. Thank you very much. And I think we are ready for the next presenter. Over to you, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moderator, if you can join the team for a group photo, please. Let's come together for a group photo. And distinguished delegates, let's also put our hands together for the moderator. He's done a tremendous, fantastic job. Thank you so much. So basically, after PLO Lumumba's presentation, which is coming on next, we shall break for lunch. And after lunch, we will all have our free time. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30, we shall start the recap. May I also bring to your attention that we are closing our conference tomorrow with the first Vice President of the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar. This closing ceremony will take place tomorrow in the afternoon. PLO has already joined us, but briefly, Patrick Loch Otieno Lumumba is a Kenyan lawyer and activist. He is the director of Kenyan School of Law and served as the director for Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission 2010-2011. PLO, we are eager and ready for you. Good afternoon, and you can start.
Thank you very much. Let me start by indicating that I was all prepared to travel, but I did not, and that technology has come to our rescue. What I've done is to prepare a paper which is reasonably detailed, which paper speaks to my subject. What I'll do during this session, of course, is therefore to simply tease out what I consider to be the critical issues. In doing so, I have warned myself that I'm speaking to experts, and therefore I'll make very many assumptions. Secondly, I will raise issues which I consider to be germane to the subject and the theme, namely the role, if any, of social security funds as a catalyst for infrastructure. And I start my presentation by warning my audience that many times when we talk about Africa, we talk about her as if she were homogeneous. That is not true. Africa is divided into 54 recognized countries, and there are other entities that are seeking recognition. Africa has countries that were differently colonized, and despite what others say, the neo-colonial project is still alive and well. As I speak to you now, you are aware that there are 5 heads of state: Senegal, Liberia, Mauritania, Guinea, and Gabon in the United States, who had a meeting with the President of the United States of America discussing their own things. You are also aware that Africa has different economic units, so that SADC with 14 countries has a regional economic community. You are equally aware that the Maghreb has. You are equally aware that ECOWAS has, and indeed we now have out of ECOWAS the Sahel, which includes Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. We also have East African Community and Central African Community, and we have IGAD, we have COMESA. There is no shortage of regional organizations in Africa, all of whose policy positions sometimes are divergent. And therefore, when we are talking about Africa, we must be conscious of those realities because they militate against a coherent and coordinated approach to issues. Permit me also to say that initiatives that have been undertaken by Africa are susceptible to manipulation from foreign players. All of you know the countries that are involved in what is now being described as the Lobito Corridor, where the government of the United States of America will be involved. We also know that the Chinese are involved in the process of the Road and Belt Program. All these factors conjoined must not be ignored as we talk about social security funds, which even you who are players also know are governed by policy considerations that are unique to countries. So that those of you who are in the United Republic of Tanzania will appreciate that how the United Republic of Tanzania deals with Social Security Fund is very different from how Kenya does, how Burundi does, how Rwanda does, how South Sudan does, and how Uganda does. And therefore, when we make broad sweep or broad brush statements or assumptions, we are deluding ourselves. In order for us to be realistic, one of the things that we must talk about is to ensure policy coherence in terms of how we deal with social security funds. Africa, in many ways, remains in the lower rungs of the ladder because we still deal with social security funds depending largely on how our colonizers dealt with them. So that those who are colonized by the British will invariably have legal and policy directions that are coherent or reminiscent of how the British imposed them on us. So too with the former Portuguese colonies, so too with the former French colonies, so too with those who are colonized by Brussels. And of course, we must always remember that in the Maghreb, sometimes things are very different. What happens in Morocco, what happens in Tunisia, what happens in Egypt, what happens in Libya when it was functioning properly, and what happens in Algeria may be worlds apart from what is happening in Gabon or in Seychelles. That said and done, we are therefore talking about the utilization of social security funds as we look to the future. When we look to the future, we recognize that we have potentially idle funds because it would appear that traditionally you who are practitioners in this space were taught that when you have these funds must be invested in a manner that guarantees that the beneficiaries' interests are not undermined. And many times, many investors who are running social security funds are pussyfooted. They are too careful. They don't want to go into what they call high risk. And many times also, you will discover that African investors do not even have faith in Africa, so that the funds will be invested outside of the continent of Africa, and they will be parked in those environments. Yet we know, as I've heard the panel saying, that Africa can very easily utilize these funds in a manner that is beneficial to the continent of Africa. And today, when we define infrastructure, we must do so in a manner that is not circumscribed to the old traditional understanding of infrastructure to mean roads, to mean railways, to mean electricity. Infrastructure now extends into the new areas which are informed by artificial intelligence and technology, including satellites, which are used for purposes of enhancing communication. In my paper, I speak in great detail into of the areas which Africa needs to focus on. I underline the following issues. I warn myself that African infrastructure is in many cases dilapidated. I warn myself that African infrastructure receives minimal attention. And even when it does so through foreign intervention. So that even if organizations which are designed to be Pan-African, such as the African Development Bank, are involved, they are never far from the control of people who are outside of the continent of Africa. And if you doubt me, I want you to look at the complexion of the investors of African Development Bank, and you'll agree with me that foreign influence is growing by the day. I also warn myself that there are a number of problems that bedevil the continent of Africa in terms of the continuous political intervention in these funds and mismanagement of the politics of the continent of Africa. And of course, when politically you are mismanaged, it means that economically you are mismanaged, and it means that socially you are disorganized. When that then becomes the reality on the ground, then you can see why we cannot have the luxury of getting into ventures which may be undermined or torpedoed by short-term political interests. But beyond the lamentations, beyond the history, beyond the current confusion in the African scene, what are the possibilities? The possibilities are monumental. Those of you who are players will agree with me that statistics, and these statistics may differ depending on who is talking. And even when who is talking, sometimes you'll discover that McKinsey knows more about African social security funds and Moody's knows more about African social security funds than our respective central banks. Be that as it may, it is estimated that African social security funds are in the neighborhood in terms of what is available, nearly 400 billion United States dollars, and that moving forward, we would be approaching the $1 trillion mark. If that indeed is the case, what then can we do using these funds to address the infrastructure deficit that is so very evident in the continent of Africa? What can we do with the road infrastructure so that we give meaning to Africa Agenda 2063 and Africa Continental Free Trade Area? I remember at one time, I had a conversation with the former head of state, to be exact, Olusegun Obasanjo. And he told me how he tried to undertake poultry farming in Liberia, and how when he was moving the eggs, almost 80% were lost because of the infrastructure. Look at the infrastructure in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Central African Republic, in Burundi. What can be done? Because when we talk about Africa Continental Free Trade Area, it is going to be a pie in the sky unless we begin to move goods and services in a meaningful way. You can fund this. Instead of allowing your funds to reside somewhere in London or Paris or in the Sukuk bonds, you can cause it to be invested in the continent of Africa. You can toll the roads, as the Chinese are doing in our toll roads in Nairobi, Kenya. You can do the corridor from Lobito. You don't have to allow the Americans to do it in order to extract cobalt from the Democratic Republic of Congo. You don't have to wait for the Chinese to do the road and belt so that they can extract cobalt and uranium from the Democratic Republic of Congo. And you don't have to allow Total Energies to extract gas from northern Mozambique or from Tuara, or you don't have Total Energies to be the one that is doing the pipeline from Lake Albert to Tanga in Tanzania. You can use your funds. The railways that we have today, you and me know that they were created by the colonizers simply to take goods to their countries. When they left, we have collapsed most of the railways. Can't you put your funds there? Can they be told?